I experienced death and woke myself up through my own conscious. Back in December of 2021, I had a lucid dream of me dying. Now, I want to use the term dream lightly because it was too real. The following is a message I sent to my friend just minutes after I woke up. Some things have been edited to hide personal information. I just had the most terrifying quote-unquote dream, and I don't know if I'll be able to sleep again for a while. I was in my bed falling asleep when I started coughing a lot and eventually started to lose consciousness and felt like I was falling asleep. But it felt different. My arms and hands hurt and felt like the muscles in them were being ripped from my skin. After I fell asleep, my soul lifted out of my body, and I could see and feel myself die. I floated above my corpse until the morning, trying to figure out what just happened, because I had no idea what was going on. Then I saw my mom walk into the room, and she tried to wake me up but couldn't. She started crying.
There's one simple trick to succeed in this business. Lydia.
Then, for the next
no
7 days,
she can't solve, no fire that she can't put out, including the fire.
Until my corpse
or that time
disappeared.
one really big boat got stuck and blocked 1/3 of the world's shipping for 6 days and 7 hours.
Back in time
Lydia always knows
to experience
what's what.
things when I was
Is that
4,
buzzy new tech for
and my
real?
cousins playing
3D
video
printing,
games in my home
crypto?
country.
No! Blockchains,
And
but
then
also
I
crypto,
was able to
wearables, augmented
experience
reality,
asking my
machine learning,
girlfriend
Internet
out
of
and
Things,
dating her.
decentralized computing, quantum computing,
This
crypto
went back
again,
and forth with
Web3,
me trying to
NFTs,
figure
digital
out if I
pictures
had
of
really
monkeys,
died,
self-driving
or if I was
vehicles
in a
every year
dream.
since 2015,
Like I said,
the metaverse,
I
generative
was
AI,
trying to wake
predictive
my
AI,
corpse
AI
up.
assistance, AI in general.
I,
Some
as a
disruptions are a
spirit,
real good opportunity.
kept appearing
Others,
on the
distraction.
small bridge
Lydia,
as I
she
looked
knows
at my
the
entire
difference.
life through a vision in the sky. Behind me,
There's one
looked
simple
like
trick
there
to
was a
succeed in
building
this
or a
business.
church being
Lydia,
built.
there's no
And in
problem
front of
she
me,
can't
there was
solve, no
just
fire
light.
she can't put out, including
This
the
place
fire.
was
or that
probably
time, one really
purgatory.
big boat got stuck and blocked 1/3 of the
After
world's
falling
shipping for 6 days
to
and
wake
7
up my
hours.
dead corpse,
Lydia always
or
knows
failing,
what's
rather.
what. Is that
I was
buzzy
able
new
to
tech
call
for
a friend
real? 3D
and tell
printing,
them that I was
crypto?
dead
No!
and I was a
Blockchain,
spirit.
but also crypto, wearables, augmented reality,
Chose my
machine learning,
girlfriend
Internet
and
of
told her
Things,
everything
decentralized
that I had
computing, quantum
experienced.
computing, crypto again,
She told me that I've
Web3,
been
NFTs,
dead
digital
for
pictures
4
of
days.
monkeys,
She
self-driving
doesn't know
vehicles
what
every
to
year
do.
since 2015, the
tell her
metaverse,
that
generative
I
AI,
didn't think
predictive
I was
AI,
dead
AI assistance, AI
because
in
I felt
general.
alive
Some
as a
disruptions
spirit,
are a real
but
opportunity.
at the same time
Others,
felt
a
trapped
distraction.
and
Lydia,
was sentient
she just knows the
and
difference.
could obviously communicate with her. I had the opportunity to experience
There's one
things
simple
that I
trick to
used to do
succeed
with
in
her,
this business.
like playing
Lydia,
Mario Brothers
there's
and
no
watching
problem she
movies
can't solve, no
and
fire
kissing.
she can't put out, including
But
the
I could
fire.
only see it
or
through
that
the
time,
vision
one really
in
big
the
boat got
sky.
stuck and blocked 1/3 of the
couldn't
world's shipping for
feel
6
it.
days and 7 hours. Lydia always knows what's
I told
what.
my girlfriend
Is
to go
that
tell my
buzzy new
friends
tech
that there
for
was
real?
nothing to worry about,
3D
and that
printing,
I was alive,
crypto?
and
No,
hopefully could get my body
blockchain, but also
back.
crypto, wearables, augmented
No one
reality,
believed her.
machine learning, Internet of
And they
Things,
thought she was
decentralized
just
computing,
depressed
quantum
and going
computing,
crazy.
crypto again, Web3,
She talked to my
NFTs,
mom
digital
about it.
pictures of
My
monkeys,
mom thought she was
self-driving
onto
vehicles
something.
every year since 2015.
I told my girlfriend
the
to tell my
metaverse,
mom
generative
only
AI,
things that I
predictive
knew.
AI, AI assistance,
That's how
AI
my
in
mom
general.
knew we were
Some
communicating.
disruptions are a real opportunity. Others, a distraction.
talk to my mom at
Lydia,
all,
she just
But
knows
I could just
the difference.
watch my mom and my girlfriend talking through the vision in the sky. After a
There's
few
one
more
simple
days,
trick
I
to
had
succeed
given
in
up
this business.
and started telling
Lydia,
my girlfriend
there's
how I
no
wanted
problem
my
she
funeral
can't
to be
solve,
like,
no fire she can't
who
put
I
out,
wanted there.
including the fire.
And for
or
some
that time,
reason,
one really big
most
boat got
importantly,
stuck and blocked 1/3
what
of
I
the world's
wanted
shipping
to
for
wear
6 days
in
and
the
7 hours.
casket.
Lydia always knows
I chose
what's
a
what.
suit
Is
similar
that
to the
buzzy
one that
for
my
real?
grandpa was
3D
buried in.
printing, crypto?
was
No.
on the bridge watching the
Blockchain, but
construction
also
of the
crypto,
building,
wearables,
and I
augmented
see a
reality,
timer in the
machine learning,
sky
Internet
for
of Things,
5 minutes.
decentralized computing, quantum computing, crypto
somehow
again,
fly
Web3,
up with
NFTs,
no
digital
control
pictures of
and was
monkeys,
pulled into the
self-driving
vision.
vehicles every year since
Everything went
2015,
black.
the metaverse,
I was
generative
small.
AI, predictive
I was
AI,
about
AI
12 or
assistance, AI in
13
general.
again.
Some disruptions are a real opportunity.
I
Others,
spawned
a distraction.
in these apartments
Lydia,
that my parents
she just
and I
knows the
used to live
difference.
in when we came to town that I lived in
Some
today.
disruptions are a real opportunity.
The lights were all
Others,
off.
a distraction.
And then I saw
Lydia,
my mom
she
on the
just
living
knows
room
the
couch
difference.
crying. And
Some
I wake
disruptions
up to
are
her,
a real
and
opportunity.
she saw me
Others,
and hugged me.
a distraction.
I was
Lydia,
able to feel
she
again.
just knows the difference.
But I still felt like I wasn't in my
3D
own body.
printing? Crypto?
My mom
No!
explained how
Blockchain,
she's
but also
happy to
crypto,
see me,
wearables,
that she's
augmented
always
reality,
believed
machine
my
learning,
girlfriend.
Internet of Things,
I
decentralized
explained
computing,
to her what's
quantum
going on
computing.
and how I've been trying to wake myself up from death. I asked her where my corpse is, and it didn't look like she wanted to answer, but she said it was in my parents' room. I walked over and saw a pair of jeans and an old t-shirt on the bed. I touched them, thinking that I would be underneath, but I wasn't. My mom came in and told me that those were the clothes that I was in, but when I died. My corpse was actually in the closet. She opened it and walked in. I looked to my right, and I saw a pair of jeans and shoes propped up on a shelf. I felt them, and I was able to feel my legs. I removed and separated the shirts that were hanging in the closet and saw my dead body propped up on a shelf like a puppet. My hair was long, I had chubby cheeks, my eyes were slanted. It looked exactly like me when I was about 12. It was a pair of jeans and a blue, red, and white patterned buttoned-up shirt. That part is going to scar me for life. I was looking at my dead body. My mom walked in, touched my corpse's face, and she told me that she missed me a lot. And to come back. And I told her that I was coming back. Then suddenly everything turned white. I wake up and I started coughing again, almost choking on my own spit. I was back in my room, my normal room. I wasn't 12. Everything was normal. I sit up from my bed and I just burst into tears. I moved into a new barracks room in the military after I transferred commands. I was only there for 2 weeks. I was waiting on my marriage certificate to be verified by my command, so that way I could get a place of my own out of town. The first night I slept there, I had just spent a 12-hour day at work and probably another 6 to 8 hours moving all of my belongings over from my previous room, so I was very pooped. I laid down, and as I was about to drift off, I heard my name being screamed at me in both ears, but almost like a whisper. It immediately jolted me awake, but I was in a state of sleep paralysis and unable to move. It went on the rest of the night until the sun came up. I wrote the experience off as just being extremely sleep deprived. The next night, as I lay down to sleep, my closet door swings open and my lights automatically turn on inside. Now, this was easy to dismiss, seeing as most of the doors in military housing I've lived in have always swung open or shut in some capacity. Also, the lights were motion activated. But the weird thing was I could open the door all day long and the lights wouldn't activate. I would physically have to step inside to get them to register my movement. At this point, I'm a little creeped out, but it seems coincidental to me. My bed in the room had drawers underneath that could be swung open for storage. My third night there, I was about to fall asleep when they swung open and slammed shut by themselves. I noped the fuck out of there and stayed at a friend's for the remaining week and a half. AskReddit. This will probably be buried, but I lived in a haunted house in Wyerton, West Virginia. After my divorce, I lived alone with a husky wolf mix in a 3-bedroom house on a hill alone. Working the oil fields were mostly out of the house, no big deal. While on my days off, I started noticing something was off. I would buy 2 packs of cigarettes, get home, put them on the counter. A day later, my second pack would be gone. No big deal, thinking I smoked them. I would run into town and get more. At this point, it became more frequent. I started keeping better track of leaving a tally sheet. In 1 week, 3 packs were unaccounted for. I went back on rotation and 3 packs were laying on my pillow unopened. That was a bit weird, but no big deal, so I wrote it off. Then I noticed laundry missing a few random pairs of jeans that weren't hanging with the rest. Once again, I didn't think much of it. Went to work, came home, they were on the bed. That's where I started getting uneasy. Then the figure showed up. I was sitting in front of the fireplace and heard my dog growl at the kitchen door. I turned and saw someone walking down the hallways when I flicked the light on the doors. They were shut and nobody was in there. I got several webcams before I left for work the next time. Nothing moved in the house, but when I got home, another pack of cigarettes was on my bed. What finally made me break loose was coming home to my furniture rearranged. My webcam showed nothing, and I just left that day. Open cupboard doors. First thing I'll mention is, my family has a long list of priests. The only thing that I was told about it from my dad was that he had helped some people before to cleanse the house and claimed he had seen many things in a lot of houses. The first thing that I saw, there was a brown moon in my bedroom staring at me when I woke up, probably close to 8 months ago. It has thick black dots for eyes and a thick black line for a smile, but they weren't sunken in at all. I got up and started to move around my room, and it kept turning and looking directly at me. I ended up sleeping on the couch the rest of the night. Second thing I saw, I was on my PC watching some video a few weeks ago. I forget what I was watching, but my door opened, and in the corner of my eye, I saw a 7 to 8 foot tall shadow take 2 steps into the room. Then I thought I heard something say, "Hi." Then I looked directly at it, and it disappeared, but my door was still open from it. When I looked up, what this was in demonology, that is, it's considered a Category 3 shadow person. Last thing I saw, I woke up the other day with every single cupboard door in my kitchen open, so I thought I'd mention everything here since it seems like it's starting to pick up a bit. An unknown woman walked right past me, and I still don't know who she is. This happened over a decade ago and still gives me the chills. This incident occurred in my grandma's old home. Walking through the front door, you're immediately in the living room and dining room. Straight ahead is a short hallway. My sister's bedroom to the left, and almost directly across from her bedroom door is the bathroom. Right next to her bedroom would be my grandma's bedroom. This hallway is quite small. You could probably hold both the bedroom door and the bathroom door at once with each hand. So one night, probably around 10:30 or 11 p.m., I'm brushing my teeth with the bathroom door open. My youngest sister, let's call her Amy, was sleeping in the room with my grandmother. My other sister, let's call her Carrie, is laying on the couch in the living room with her headphones on. Couch is faced towards the front door, so if we were to walk toward the couch from the bedrooms, you'd be looking at the back of the couch. Back to the story. I'm brushing my teeth, and I turn around, and at the same time, Amy's walking past the bathroom from my grandmother's room. I follow directly behind her, questioning her on her way. Why is she up? She has school in the morning. She continues walking and sits on the couch. I am now facing the back of the couch, but I can't see over it. I'm 4'7". I'm starting to get annoyed and getting louder. Why are you out here? Go back to bed. You always wake up late, and then you miss your bus. My other sister is laying on the other couch and pulls her headphones down to ask me what I'm doing. I tell her that Amy needs to stop fucking around and go back to bed. Carrie looks confused and tells me no one's here besides us. My heart drops. I walk around the couch and sure enough, no one. The woman or girl who walked past looked exactly like Amy. Slim build, tall with long black hair. I followed this girl. I fucking yelled at her. I am freaked out. I go back to the bathroom to rinse my mouth, and as soon as I turn the faucet, the water comes out black. I scream and turn off the faucet. Carrie runs in and I explain to her that the water is black. She turns on the faucet, and for a quick second the water's black, and then just as sudden flashes came back to clear. We both scream. About a week or two later, Carrie was in the bathroom, and she just starts screaming. I run in, and she's sobbing. I ask her what in the hell is going on, and she just keeps repeating herself. The girl in the mirror wasn't me. After she calmed down, she explained to me that she was washing her hands and looking up, and the girl in her reflection was not her. The girl looked similar to her, but she obviously knew that it was not her in the reflection. Mother Dearest. I want to preface this by saying that I'm a skeptic, and I have been my whole life. But this event stands out as an unexplained experience that's terrified me for a long time. This is a long story, so bear with me, please. In between my freshman and sophomore year, I moved to a new house. We had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The master bedroom belonged to the couple who lived there prior, and the other 2 belonged to their son and a guest if needed. I got the son's old room. The reason the house was for sale was because the man and his son were looking for a smaller house, as the mother had passed away. From what? I have no idea. The first couple of days to weeks in the house, I had awful headaches. I didn't really think much of it at the time, since migraines are a common thing in my family, especially my mother and myself. The following events took place over the next 2 to 3 years and got worse over time. Some days, I'd come home and take a nap after class, for about 1 or 2 hours usually. On more than a few occasions, I had horrible nightmares, and then one day they stopped, and I would be standing in my room watching myself sleep. My room was exactly how everything was laid out normally. For example, if I put my backpack at the entryway of my door, it was there and I could physically see it. I was just watching myself sleep, which was almost eerie. After a few minutes, I'd see something moving up my bed, and feel pressure on my neck. I could feel my chest holding the weight of something heavy. I could feel everything, and I remember vividly being slapped or punched by something. On more than one occasion, I had marks on my neck and arms from where I was choked or scratched or punched. I experienced this until I moved out of the house when I was 21. My only explanation, if it's paranormal, is that the entity I was dealing with was the mother, who passed away in the home years prior to my arrival. Perhaps it was because I was in the son's room and I was unwelcome. No one else, to my knowledge, had any wild experiences other than the occasional open cabinet or door being ajar. I received a landline call from my uncle when I was 6. Back then, we received a phone call on our landline while I was watching a cartoon and my mom was in the garden smoking. I was closest to the phone, and our maids were busy cooking dinner in the kitchen. This takes place in the Philippines before we moved away. I answered the call, and my mom overheard me talking to someone on the phone through a small screen in the garden. Curious, she came inside to inquire about the caller and intended to take the call from me. It turned out I was talking to my Uncle Darwin, and he wanted to speak to my mom. I handed her the landline and returned to the sofa to continue watching my cartoon, thinking nothing of it. Now, at the age of 23, my mom revealed the rest of the story that she had kept from me as a child. When she took the phone from me, all she heard was static. Perplexed, but not giving it much thought, she ended the call and went back to the garden. Later that evening, she called my uncle to ask why he had called, but he never answered. The following day, my mom received a call from my uncle's girlfriend, or fiancé at the time, who was crying. She informed my mom that my uncle had passed away the day before in a car crash. Apparently, he'd been celebrating passing a board exam with a friend, and being quite drunk, got into a fatal accident while being driven home. He sadly died on impact. This whole experience makes me wonder whether my uncle's ghost I had made contact with called us from the landline, and what his purpose was. My mom speculates that he might have just wanted to say goodbye before moving on. Learning the full story has left me both freaked out and fascinated. Have any of you ever had a similar experience? Because man, that was really freaky. Rest in peace, Uncle. I might not have known you that well because I was a child at the time, but I heard from my mom that you adored me and spoiled me, and I used to call you Tito DD. I have a ghost encounter experience I'd like to share. I've had some really interesting paranormal experiences when I was a bit younger. One I really remember is this one house I used to live in. It honestly looked like a perfectly normal suburban home. Like from the outside, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything wrong with it. I was around 7 or 8 when I lived there, I believe. I remember it really well because of how scared that house made me. I was horrified of sleeping in my room. There was this one moment that stood out to me the most. It was nighttime, and I was sleeping on the couch. I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard footsteps walking around the couch. It confused me because everyone was in bed and there was no other small children in that house. I was too scared to move to see what it was. My mom said that she heard it too, because she was laying on the couch as well. but she said that she didn't want to scare me. Another experience I had in that house was when I was alone watching some cartoons. It got really uncomfortable in the room. I started to feel anxious. My hair started blowing like there was a gust of wind, but I remembered the heat was on and not the air conditioner because it was winter. I didn't know where it was coming from. I didn't exactly understand what ghosts were at the time. My mom had worse experiences than me, and I remember that she had heard someone in the house when she was alone with me. She heard it screaming and yelling. She got really frightened and snatched me up and ran out of the house. We slept in the car that night waiting for my mom's boyfriend, an ex now, to come home because she didn't want to be home alone. Now, you don't have to believe this. I'm just sharing my experience and what I remember. I would greatly appreciate some information on what could have been happening, paranormal or not. I just know that house was horrifying to be inside. Only 2 paranormal encounters in my life. The first one occurred in June of 2006. I was in the 4th grade. I was in the basement where obviously streetlights can't enter. We had a small television set there, and I was watching TV. It was 10 p.m. Suddenly, there was a power cut. It was pitch dark. I was trying to find my way to the staircase leading to the ground floor. Then the strangest thing happened. I still remember this like it was yesterday. I saw a white orb of light in the middle of the basement. It expanded to fill the entire basement. I found the staircase and went upstairs. The light lasted for a second at most. Unrelated to my story, I had spent a few nights in a supposedly haunted apartment. Some construction workers had died there, but I never experienced anything paranormal, except for the time where I woke up in the middle of the night around 3 a.m., but that's not anything too strange. Anyway, the second incident occurred a year back. I was laying in my bed at 11 p.m., thinking about something. I don't remember what it was. Then in a voice that can only be described as something not human, I heard the word, "Hello." I thought to myself that this might be a figment of my imagination. Then I heard, "Hello," again in a different tonality this time. Again, this wasn't something human. Then I thought to myself, if there exists something, or some being that exists in a higher plane of consciousness, some dimension that exists between me and God himself, I would hear that voice again. And guess what? A third hello. Again in a different tonality. Again, something that was definitely not human. Help me understand how this is possible. I made a post here a while ago concerning a photo that was taken with a hunting camera. And even if some people were not really that nice to me, I'd enjoy having the feedback from this community. So I'm going to share a piece of information with you concerning my personal life, and I would really like to have your inputs on how you would think that this is possible. This event happened to me 20 years ago. I had a brother who was going through a very tough time in his life. He had been diagnosed with schizophrenia a few years earlier. He wasn't taking his medication, couldn't hold a job, and had some very strong paranoia. He was a very good person, but this illness changed him to the point that he had a drug abuse problem and was stealing from friends and family. Not only that, but he even threatened me and my parents sometimes. He was a completely different person. I always had a very strong relationship with him, especially when we were young, but it fell apart during this time of crisis. He had a job at a local golf course near our house, and one night, he got a little bit too personal with a lady that he was working with. He was fired on the spot. He couldn't take it anymore. He just drugged up, went into the woods close by, and hung himself. The next day, my mom was extremely worried when she noticed that he had not come back. We called the police, and his body was found in the woods a week later. As for myself, that night I was out partying with friends, but sort of came early at around 1 a.m. I ate something and went to sleep. I woke up gasping for air at 3 a.m. like I was being strangled, completely panicked and terrified. A feeling of impending doom. This never happened to me, before or after that night. I found out later that this is the exact moment my brother was dying in the woods. I had my first encounter with the paranormal. So where it first started was on a video call, where we both talked about the paranormal. My boyfriend showed me his doll and an EMF meter beside it. Here and there were some little spikes on it. I played it off by saying the lamp above or even his router could reproduce those spikes as well, because he didn't shut down the electronics in his place. Many times he showed me those spikes. It was a bit freaking me out at first. So as soon as I got to his place, I sat down on his bed, and the first thing that came into my mind was, "Where's that doll?" He looked at me and said, "Yeah, it's in my bed." Luckily, it was covered up by clothes. Because of my fear of dolls, he puts the dolls in one of his shirts and puts it into a closet in a different room. But as soon as he entered the room, the light bulb next to the door just started shining. I thought he was trolling, but he told me that the light actually shouldn't work. He switched the light switch on and off to prove it. The light was still on, and as soon as he put distance from the light bulb, it started flickering and went off. Because I watched him from the living room, I ran up to him and checked the switch myself. Nothing. Couldn't be turned on. I know it's maybe not a big deal, but me, a non-believer, couldn't explain it properly. It was a scary experience for me and actually destroyed my view on the paranormal being fake. But I actually will try some stuff just to get more proof of it. Boyfriend's ghosts doesn't like me. I need help. My boyfriend's house is haunted, but I'm unsure if it's an evil spirit or a good one. His sister and mom have told me about encounters that have happened. Hearing footsteps, seeing shadows, feelings of being watched. His sister's also encountered strange things in his house after doing a Ouija board. A black shadow walking closer to her as she tried to sleep, and a black mass forming in the corner of her mom's bedroom, which she dreamt about, but her mom saw as she was awake. However, she did do the Ouija board in a different house. There are many more stories, but I'm mainly focused on this spirit interacting with me. In the past, when staying in his house, I've woken up with scratches on me. I wasn't too bothered, but he said that it wasn't him, and I knew it couldn't have been me, as it was out of reach. Another night, me and my boyfriend were out for the night, and we left around 8 p.m. and we came back around 12 a.m. And his sister said that she thought that we were just home, as she heard me speaking and the TV on coming from his bedroom. And she was kind of annoyed because she thought that he'd left me alone. This freaked me out a bit, as it was mimicking my voice, and she said that she was certain it was me. However, tonight has really freaked me out. Earlier, I fell asleep while my boyfriend played Xbox, and I woke up to him scratching my back really hard. I was facing away from him. So I turned around and said something like, "Can you stop scratching my back so hard?" To see him sitting at the side of his bed, I could see his arm was like on my back, and he was facing towards me, but his body was facing towards his TV. He said something to me in response, but I can't remember what he said. I just turned over and went back to sleep. In about 5 to 10 minutes, he woke me up by walking through the bedroom door and asked me if I wanted food that he just made. Turns out he wasn't in the room at all, and he assured me that he didn't scratch me as he was downstairs making food for about 20 or 30 minutes or so. We looked at my back and there are scratches on it, in the shapes of the first 2 letters of his name, and a couple others that were faint. My back is still in pain right now, also in areas without scratches. I think it might be a spirit that's protective of my boyfriend and doesn't like me, or maybe something else negative. Anyone else encounter Orange Man? So this happened to me many years ago. A friend of mine's girlfriend lived in an old Civil War era home on an old farm property. Here's a little bit of background. They repeatedly talked about my girlfriend's horrible experiences with her mother and her boyfriend. The mom was absolutely fucked up. She would beat the girlfriend. Super violent, a lot. She seemed to me to be unstable. Supposedly, the property was adjacent to what was suspected to have an Indian graveyard. There were many places and events about mists and strange findings of animals seen up close. Then going to where the animal was and finding bloated remains. Supposedly, the mom had killed the father of the girlfriend. I mean, the whole place reeked and gave me the most uncomfortable feelings. The Orange Man came up as something that had haunted dreams of the girlfriend, and she had, on occasion, woken up with finger-like bruises. It apparently had attacked my friend and girlfriend a few times over his short time there, and had pushed him down a flight of steps to the attic of the house and slammed the door shut. After this encounter, he also was plagued by nightmares about this entity and a chair in the attic of the house. Enter me, always the skeptic. I'm like, you guys are nuts. The house and the property were weird and spooky, but being attacked? Come on. So I got to go look for myself. As I'm climbing the narrow stairs to the door leading to the attic, every step is filled with increasing dread. My ears are ringing. I'm getting chills. I open the door and I see the one-room attic. The entire floor is covered in a thick layer of dust, and there is a chair about 8 feet away, near a window. The chair is a very old-looking, but unlike the rest of the attic, it's completely clean. No webs, no dust. There are no footprints in the dust of the floor. As I'm standing in the doorway, the door, while the knob is still in my hand, the door starts pushing shut, all with this horrible feeling of dread accompanying it. I let go of the door, bolted down the stairs as fast as possible. The door slammed shut, and I never went into the house again. That wasn't the only paranormal experience I had on that property, but was definitely the most impactful one that I've ever had, at least in the realm of the paranormal. Singapore checking in. The older generation, the baby boomers and the Gen X, generally are more superstitious, and the Chinese community here still follows the quote-unquote hungry ghost festival. Every 7th month of the lunar, which is the Chinese calendar, for a whole month, people burn incense papers for the dead, hold huge performances for them, with the front row seats empty for these spirits, and generally become more wary about going home late, because it's rumored that during this month, the gates of hell open and the spirits are free to roam. Otherwise, though, the majority of Singaporeans do not follow superstitious rites in most areas of their lives. We don't have bamos or spirit doctors, and mostly do not trust the word of palm or tarot readers. The younger generation is even less superstitious and prefer to reject our parents' notions and superstitions. What is interesting, though, is how the government deals with this. Singapore is as secular as it gets, but the Singapore Armed Forces, SAF, the crest is rumored to have been preyed on by all the major religions, and is therefore safe from the occult. The crest is also present on most SAF shirts, so that it's said to protect us, as many army camps in Singapore are rumored to be haunted by the remnants of World War II. Our late Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, did not officially have a religion, but it is said that he always consulted a priest before all major national decisions, and followed the priest's advice. AskReddit. I wasn't in a city or anything like that. I was in a very lucid fucking dream. But it didn't feel like it for almost all of it until after I woke up. So I was in this vivid city. I remember everything, how it felt, smelled, and I remember some of the faces still. It was beautiful as ever. So I was walking into a bar, tired as shit. I go sit and order a beer, and what seems like waiting an eternity, but when I get it, something seems strange. The man next to me was humming a familiar tune, and was a song that I sort of used to love. On our honeymoon trip to Japan, my husband and I did a few cultural excursions where our tour guide gave us a brief explanation of the different ways to practice at shrines and temples via praying. A few days later, we took a trip to the Fujikawa Guchiko, a town across from Mount Fuji. At the top of a viewpoint was a little shrine with a storyboard about a rabbit spirit. Following the guide's instructions, I offered a few coins to the offering box and thanked the spirit for letting us come to Japan and asked if they would help us have a great time on our trip. I was born in a rabbit year by the Chinese calendar, so I felt a bit of kinship there. On our very last day in Japan, We went out to dinner in Tokyo and did some final shopping and exploration. We didn't really feel like calling it a night yet, so my husband and I decided to stop and find a bar and have a few beers. We saw a sign for a little bar on the 5th floor of a high-rise and figured, why not? We step out of the elevator and all noise stops. The bartender and his clearly regular 5 customers all stare at us. "Lost?" one asks. "Beer?" my husband returns. The bartender gives us a funny look. "American?" We laugh and reply, "No, Canadian." And they all light up and wave us in. "Sorry, Americans. Don't worry about it." Only one gentleman spoke fluent English, but between him translating and our broken mix of Japanese and English, we ended up on pretty friendly terms. The bartender was in his late 70s and was an absolutely epic pervy jokester. He was also a magician with his drinks. I have no idea what the cocktail was that he made me, other than it being delicious, but he pulled this epic trick where it started off white. He'd pick it up, spin it upside down, and when he set it back down, it was blue. A number of other magical things happened that evening, ending with our new bartender, a Japanese grandpa, closing early and taking us for noodles. But the reason that I'm convinced that we met a kami that final night in Japan? Remember my prayer at the rabbit shrine? The bartender's name was Usagi. The Pink Lady. AskReddit. I call her that because she always wore bright pink, and her skin was also very pink. I used to drive to a park that was near me, run around it for about an hour, and then drive home. One year on the hottest day of the year, I saw this woman who was somewhat overweight, and I'd never seen her before. I remember thinking that on a 98-degree day, what a terrible day to start going out for walks or jogs or whatever. I saw her from a bit of a distance, but I could see that her mouth was wide open. Her walk was a very fast-paced shuffle, like a person running with their pants around their ankles. I saw her a few more times over the coming weeks, always in pink, always with her mouth open, always shuffling, and always from a distance because the park path had many splits and turns and such. I had mentioned her to friends of mine who thought maybe she was power walking, but after watching videos of that, I don't think that was it. Anyway, one day I was running the opposite direction from her, and our paths were going to cross. As I got closer to her, I said good afternoon and waved. As I was saying this, I noticed that her eyes were very dark brown, and it was very hard to distinguish the iris from the pupil. She stopped dead in her tracks, stared into my eyes, and smiled at me. And by that, I mean her mouth very jerkily, like something out of a horror movie, went from an O to be a frown to completely straight to a smile, then back again. It was creepy as fuck. As I was leaving the park that day, I saw her sitting on a bench and staring at me as I drove away. Never saw her again. AskReddit. I used to work at a Ben & Jerry's a few years ago. I had an opening shift, and usually things are slow up until around 3, when the nearby high school rings the last bell of the day. This was maybe an hour into my shift, and I'd already cleaned out the dip case, had a fresh batch of waffle cones, and I was just getting shit done, but with a really bad limp. Quick backstory. Growing up, I was pretty athletic. T-ball, volleyball, softball, martial arts, dance. So being an athlete, plus breaking 9 bones, 3 concussions, and dislocating my knee 3 times, yeah, I know, obviously took a toll on my body. I'm 26, but I've had the bones and joints of a 60-year-old. Anyway, that particular day, since I had waken up with my knee really bothering me, I even took my brace to work. Being the only one on shift and having to walk back and forth so much honestly wasn't helping. Then a group of maybe 4 people walked near the entrance of the shop. They looked maybe mid-20s, early 30s. It was 2 guys and 2 girls. Just the girls walked into the shop. I don't remember their order anymore, but when I handed the scoop of ice cream to the second friend I was ringing up, I told her to have a nice day and turned to walk back to my task. I tried hiding my limp the whole time, just because I didn't want to be hopping around while ringing them up. Then she called me over and said it seemed like I was in pain. I downplayed it and said that it was nothing, but it was like she knew how much pain I was in. She had a heavy accent. I couldn't make out from where, but I understood that her and her friends liked to travel. Inaudible, italicized. Then asked if it was okay to hold my hand and say a prayer. I thought it was a bit strange, but she just made me feel so comfortable with her. I couldn't say no. She held my hand, and in mid-prayer, I swear I felt the pain literally lift off my knee. It was amazing. I asked her name, and she gave it to me, but now for the life of me, I can't remember it. I think it started with an M, but I don't know. This was in like 2015, 2017. But since that day, my knees never bothered me again. I'll never forget her. AskReddit. Back in 1997, I was aged 8. I shared a room with my younger brother who was 4 at the time. We used to have our grandparents over for dinner most nights, and it wasn't uncommon for them to stay long after we had gone to bed. They would come and kiss us goodbye in bed when they were about to leave. This one summer's day, I woke up during the night and saw my granddad. It wasn't unusual, like I said, so I just said, "Hi, Granddad, are you leaving now?" He came and sat on the bed and said, "Yes, I'm saying goodbye for now." He kissed me, and then went and sat on my brother's bed and kissed him as well. Then he left. My childhood intuition picked up that he was a bit sad. Next morning, I went into the kitchen to find my mom crying. She told me that my granddad died last night of a sudden heart attack. I said, "How can that be? I saw him last night." He came and said goodnight to me. My mom said that my granddad left shortly after I went to bed last night. I also remembered that my grandpa had said goodbye and not goodnight. It was quite a shock, but at the same time, a little comforting too. I don't remember a lot from my childhood, but this is a memory I won't forget. Night shift experience. I'm a CS in the USN working at a gallery in the States, and I've been working an overnight shift, generally 1,700 hours to 500, for the last couple of months. It's supposed to be a fire watch, because the fire alarm in the galley is busted, and they need people to stay overnight in case it randomly goes off, or whatever. But they were throwing the first idea for a round for a primary candidate, because since I'm the only SN who lives on base. Anyway, when they were presenting the idea to me, someone mentioned that the galley was supposedly haunted. And I don't think that they were just saying that to scare me. as I remember somebody saying that a while back around the time when I first arrived at the base. I'm not really afraid of the dark or being alone, so I don't really mind it, and I'm not a strong believer in ghosts. But around the first couple weeks I'd been working this shift, I heard and seen a few things that make me doubt myself. One instance, I had caught up on a good amount of work that they had asked me to do overnight. So I went to use the bathroom and kind of just sat there bullshitting on my phone, and I hear the bathroom door open, and it's a decently heavy door and makes a pretty distinct sound when somebody pushes it open, and it really scared the hell out of me. Another time, when I was walking into the bathroom, I passed the room where we clean dishes used by customers, plates and trays, and it literally sounded like someone slamming two metal pans together repeatedly. Other than that, it's just a lot of seeing shit move out of the corner of my eye, or hearing weird noises I can't explain. It's been pretty calm for the last month, though. Who or what did my mom see? Before I was born, Mom lived in a big city going to grad school. This entailed late nights at the lab, or having a meal or study session after class with friends, which meant even later nights trying to get home on the subway. This particular night was so unremarkable. She doesn't remember what went on during the day. Probably the usual of going to a couple classes, helping out with lab work, and having a sweet, sweet cigarette break, which she decided to quit only a few months later. Time flew, and it being somewhere between fall and winter, the sun set quick and left her in a dark but bustling city. She said ciao to her classmates and hopped on the subway for her 30-minute ride home. The subway crowd thinned out as she got further and further from the city center. Unnerving for a woman alone at night, but nothing new. And no one particularly creepy to raise alarm. Plus, it's dark and cold. Everybody must be home already. I want to emphasize how alone she was. Her stop was usually quite empty, as it was a part of town that hadn't been gentrified or popularized yet. Tonight, it was somehow even more empty. She was the only one at this stop. As she walked up and out of the subway, away from the bright station lights, Mom psyched herself up for a couple block jog home. The sidewalks across the street and in front of her were empty, but once again, being a woman alone is dangerous, and she was well aware of that. To set the scene more, there were street lamps, but only at the corner street lamps, meaning 2 lampposts per block. Adrenaline pushing, she speed walks forward and manages to make a few blocks, passing 4 or 5 lampposts. She's now a block and a half away from the apartment, but has the strongest urge to look behind her. Under the nearest streetlight she passed is a huge, unmoving figure. What she thinks is a tall man. He must be 6'7" or taller and wide, like he's muscular. The peculiar thing is that he's completely black. Not like he's a black man or even all dressed in black, but like he's the absence of light. Think of when you edit out a piece of a photo and you just leave a black hole. Like that. Or if you've seen people paint an object with that blackest black paint. I think that's called Vanta Black. It looks like that. Not to mention, this thing is completely silent. It seemed to appear instead of walking under the light. The The strangest thing about all of this was that my mom wasn't afraid. Instead, she was taken over by a sense of calm, like the presence was protecting her from being alone in such a dark place. She finished her walk home, stepped inside before reality came crashing down on her, and she freaked out about what she had seen. She says that she thinks it was some sort of guardian angel protecting her, especially since she lived in a pretty sketchy area at that time. The overwhelming calm that it made her feel made her believe it was a kind presence. I'm inclined to believe her, but if this story or being sounds familiar to you, please tell me what you think she saw. When I was young, I saw a female spirit while fully awake. And here are the details. When I was about 17, around that time, I had to play an online game called Lineage 2 for about 15 hours a day to get more in line with others. That night I woke up, opened my eyes, looking at the ceiling thinking, I really don't want to wake up and start playing. Resisted some time, and then I rolled my head to the right. I used to sleep in the living room. I saw a blonde, short-haired female with a red dress and a white blouse floating in the middle. My heart pounded very fast. My vision went like an old TV without a signal. Not by fear, as I had no fear to that kind of thing. At that moment, I was thinking, is this just my illusion? If it is, it should follow where I look. And then rolled to the left side, which is where the toilet is. My heart slowed down. My vision returned to normal almost instantly. And I thought, okay, now look back to the bedroom again and see what happens. The vision and the heart debuff restarted. And the moment I looked back to the bedroom, I wanted to see more clearly. I force opened my eyes even more, and then she just flew off the window. The curtain even lifted up. I sat up right away, and I was like, wow, is that an intruder? I walked to check the windows and realized there were no windows open. I was thinking for days on that matter, and then I remember what I've done to possibly trigger this to happen. In Macaw, there is one day or days that Chinese people tend to burn or throw yellowish paper to the ground for the dead, and I stepped on one of those papers. My friend even said, "Oh, you stepped on a paper." And I was like, it doesn't scare me. Maybe that was a mistake. Some stories from my childhood. Every year we would take a family vacation to the next province, over to visit my grandparents. My aunt would watch our home and pets for us every year. In one year, she was on the phone with my mom, just chatting about how everything was, when she paused. My mom asked if she was still there. My aunt said, "It's just me here. But I swear to God, a black shadow with a hat and a trench coat just walked through your house." She was outside with the dogs while she had a smoke and saw the man walk through the kitchen. My aunt saw it, my mom saw it, my grandma saw it, I saw it once. I think even a concerned neighbor asked about it one time. I'm not sure about the biological father's side, but I'm not really in contact with them that much. I don't believe it's connected to the other shadow man, purely because at that event, I felt such a huge sense of dread and fear that I felt like I needed to flee. But when I saw the hat man, he just was. It wasn't good or bad. He just passed by in the living room. A more recent story now, but when I was 17 or so, I moved into the basement. The basement was my room up until my mom, G, and I had moved just over a year ago. When I was 19 or so, I started dating a guy I met at work. We ended up basically living together down there throughout the entire COVID situation. I love talking about ghosts and weird things, as I'm sure you know by now. But my boyfriend was a skeptic. He would listen, but didn't understand what I was really talking about. Sounds frustrating. So we would sit on the deck and get super high all night and just talk about weird things together. Mostly conspiracy and aliens. But one night we got onto the topic of ghosts. So I was telling him my family's entire weird history and paranormal experiences. He told me he didn't really believe in ghosts, but thought it was interesting to hear or talk about it. To set the scene, we were on the deck. To our left was a separate dog run, which we really didn't use anymore. That always creeped everybody out. Which was kind of why we stopped using it. It just made us all uncomfortable. As he's talking about being skeptical, the gate to the dog run creaks and swings a bit. We both jumped and turned to look. Coming up the goddamn stairs with some kind of black crouching shadow. His eyes got super wide and he started reciting prayers that he knew. I shit my pants, but I wanted to seem cool about it, because I was just hyping up my interest. But then the interest was right there, crawling up my fucking stairs, and it was a lot scarier than I anticipated. So I just kinda yelled at it like a stray dog, and told it that it wasn't welcome here, and to get off my property. I even got up and slammed the gate, even though I never wanted to run so bad in my life. It killed the vibe of the smoke sesh, and we went in pretty much right after that. He still won't talk about it much. Another time, my boyfriend and I were getting ready for bed. I was getting the bed ready while he went upstairs to go to the room. Quick side note, I split the basement into 2 rooms with curtains. So one side had my bed and dresser and stuff, and the other side had cat stuff and junk. So I got into bed, and I was reading some scary stories before bed when I had a wild idea. What if I just asked a ghost to show me something cool, nicely? So, I'm laying in bed and I just say, "Hey, if there's anything with me down here, can you show me? I'm just curious and kinda wanted to know." And I waited for a minute for something cool to happen, like my curtains to start moving or something. And then I fucking see it. There's a black shadow pacing outside of the curtains, back and forth. As soon as I see it, my heart drops. Stupid, right? I literally asked to see it, and now it's showing me, and it's a little too real right now. It's like 3:30 a.m. I've been hitting the bong all night with him, and now I've just asked a ghost to do something cool. And it is. It was insane. It was a mix of fear, but also like wonder or something. I couldn't believe it. But then the curtain started moving, and it kept pacing, and I was getting a little freaked out. So I was like, "Hey, that's cool. Thank you so much, but you can stop." But it would not stop pacing. It felt like 100 years had passed when he finally walked back into the room. I was like, "Holy fuck, didn't you see that shit?" And the ghost was pacing right out there. A few other honorable mentions include the attic door, technically an attic lid, that wouldn't really remain shut. We did check it for pests and people. The attic itself was unfinished and full of insulation and harmful shit. Every now and then we would come home and the attic would be fully ajar. Other times, the lid would be slightly displaced, as if something was peeking down at us. Honorable mention number 2 is the thing that would mimic my mom and G's voices when I was alone in the house. Another time it mimicked me was when my mom said that we just need to donate some toys, and she heard my voice yell, "No," aggressively. She yelled at me until she realized that I was outside with my dad and my other 2 sisters, and it couldn't have been me. Honorable mention number 3 is the figure would lurk at the front door at night. It would sometimes move closer. Other nights it would be further. Sometimes it would advance toward me and my boyfriend. It didn't feel negative though, so I just sort of started seeing it as a little ghost friend that was playing some game. I would talk to it at night and talk about our game. Number 4 is when my sister, A, was on her bed in the basement. When it was in her bedroom. She and her friend were down there smoking, and she was rolling on the bed making a joke. Then she started screaming and panicking. Something under her bed grabbed her hair and kept ripping and trying to pull her through. Her friend witnessed it, and we all heard her screaming, so we all went running. It finally let her go, and she couldn't stop crying. Seeking the extraordinary? Look no further. Paranormal M is your gateway to a world where reality intertwines with the supernatural. Subscribe now and enable notifications to immerse yourself in the realm of the unexplained. Join us and let the mysteries unfold. Can y'all help me figure out what something was in Parallel Forest, Oklahoma? So, I need some help figuring out what the hell something was. For context, I'm a 17-year-old girl. Don't know if it's important or not. And I live in Oklahoma. And my mom, grandma, and her dog, and I, decided to have a girls' day out, which included going to Parallel Forest for some hiking. It was about sunset-ish when we arrived, and we went hiking. A few minutes of hiking, I sort of noticed a figure within the tree line. It was like Dear God, or the Beast, if you ever played Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, or watched Over the Garden Wall, but it didn't have flesh nor skin, and it wasn't made of wood, just the antlers, bone, and the skull of a deer. I figured, don't bother it and it won't bother me. Don't be a nuisance to the forest. I eventually separated from my mom. I kept her within view and made sure that she wasn't too far away. My grandma was still in the car at this point in time. And looked around, and eventually found a tipped-over tree and decided, I like rocks. Rocks are cool. And looked down, looking at any particular good-looking ones from my collection. A black one caught my eye, and I took it, and when I stood up, I felt kind of like it was de-reality. That's the only way I can describe it, since it felt exactly as I do when I de-realize. I knew I was in this reality, but something was just very wrong. So I put it down best I could, and how I found it, since it was rather clear that the forest was telling me that it wasn't mine, and I wasn't allowed to keep it. Then everything just kept being wrong. It was blowing wind, but it was only the sound of wind. There was zero movement. There was zero sound within the forest, like it all just froze. And then I felt a sort of feeling I've never felt before. Like whatever that thing I saw earlier was, it was trying its damnedest to trick me. I went to my mom and explained something was trying to trick me, and we decided to leave. We ran into Grandma, and I asked Mom if it really was her. And Mom just said, "We'll find out." So we began walking. Mom had me hold her hand and stay on the path. And we began sort of hearing a crow, but it wasn't a crow. It was like it was trying to mimic a crow, but took breaths in between to cry or scream. We kept walking. I walked a bit ahead. I'm a fast walker and wanted to get out of there, but didn't want to run for obvious reasons. And it just kept getting louder. In the way some creatures get louder the further away they are. It was figuring out where we were through noise and wanted us to make noise. I tried telling my grandma and Mom to be quieter, but they refused and kept trying to speak to them. Quite in character for them. That's not odd in the slightest, but it kept going for me specifically to the point that it was directly on top of me. I decided to put away the crow act, or it did, and began mimicking an owl, and I just felt incredibly sick, like possibly anxiety sick, since I do have an anxiety disorder. Whenever we left the forest, it began mimicking a coyote for some reason, and just kept going even as we left. Is it normal for black-eyed kids to act like this? I've been visiting my dad for the summer, and the house is incredibly haunted, and immensely polite. The ghosts have amazing manners, even if they're mischievous. And my sisters mentioned a black-eyed blonde boy with bangs, trying to get into the house and get their attention. My stepmom mentioned seeing him, and he just thinks the girls are very pretty and wants to collect them like rocks. He's 10 years old. My stepmom is a badass who makes every spirit her bitch. Like at one point, she threatens to purify a demon if it kept acting rude, and that her quote-unquote pagan shit is much more dangerous than that Christian bullshit, and managed to get it to help her with her job. So she did what she normally does. She told him that he's not allowed inside, nor to hurt us. The experiences have since dialed down for me personally. But one of the first few nights, I woke up to a child giggling in my ear, and something at the door, and just thought, well, that's very rude of you, and went directly back to sleep. Whenever I'd shower, I felt like somebody was watching me. And so did the girls. And my stepmom told him that he was breaking the rules and was being a perv, and how impolite that was. Well, at one point I was switching my laundry, turned, and saw a little blonde boy with bangs in overalls and a multicolored long-sleeve shirt. He was on the couch. I didn't see his eyes and decided to ignore it, since, well, my mom taught me, if you see something, no you didn't. If you heard something, no you didn't. Well, a few nights ago, she thought Marigold, the spirit of my possessed doll, she's very friendly since I got her, was just visiting, since she felt a child's ghost in the house. And the littles play, well, I guess their play habits have changed. I responded with, "No, there's a little boy," and explained what I saw. Well, she got mad but just accepted it because he was playing by the rules. Some of my stuff's been going missing, as well as more often. But I just need to ask for it back, and I get it. I've met a black-eyed person before, but what I felt when I met the black-eyed man was pure and unfiltered fear and panic. Even just by passing by him, he terrified me. this kid is just playing with the littles and doesn't seem like much harm. Is this normal? Is there a difference between black-eyed adults and children? Are some people immune to paranormal experience? In parentheses, me. Myself and said coworker were cleaning up the bar and restaurant that we work at. It's late, maybe like 2 a.m., and we're closed. She's toward the back, and I'm in the front. It's just us and our manager in the back room. We're maybe 10 meters apart. There's a big glass panel dividing us, and a doorway to the side. But we can see and hear each other perfectly. We're silently packing chairs away and cleaning tables, and I hear her gasp loudly. I turn around and look at her through the glass and say, "What?" She's just looking around as if she's heard something. "What?" I say again, and she starts saying, "I heard knocking." I'm about to tell her that I didn't hear anything when her eyes shoot up from the glass panel between us and she yells, "Oh my God!" Her eyes are clearly fixed on something moving across the glass. I look upwards where she's looking and I see nothing. I yell again, "What is it?" She looks down at me aghast and says, "Did you really not fucking see that?" She's spooked as hell, and I'm confused. By that time, the manager comes out and asks what the commotion is all about. Coworker says she heard knocking and then saw a shadow move across the glass. I said that I didn't see or hear any of this. She thinks I'm crazy. I think she's crazy. But wait, there are security cameras. As we check the footage, you can hear a distinct knocking before the coworker's gasp. Then, obviously, you see me coming over saying, "What?" And I shit you not, on the security footage, you see a faint shadow move across the glass. As my coworker watches while I look around trying to see what she sees. I didn't see or hear any of this while it was happening, only on the footage. Why could my coworker sense it at all, but I couldn't? How on earth did I not hear and see this when it was happening? But I could on the security and audio video recording. It also reminded me of when I was young. My brother and I walked into a room, and he said he felt a creepy vibe, and it was weird, and I felt nothing. The room felt normal. Are some people immune to paranormal phenomena? Are there some that can see it and some who simply can't? Sixth sense of death. Trigger warning / death warning. I don't know where else to talk about this. Ever since I was a kid, I've been able to sense death. I can see it up close, as in I can look into someone's face and see that they're close to death. I always thought that was kind of interesting because it would happen when I'd meet my friend's parents or family. On more than one occasion, I would look at their face and just see gray, black eyes with major bags underneath them. But then I'd look at pictures of them and see the complete opposite. Next, I'd hear of them either dying of an illness, a car accident, or gun violence. I just figured this was a coincidence. But then as I got older, it became different. It started with my grandmother. She was sick for a while, but one night I looked in the mirror, and it was my face that looked drained, old, sunken, and I'd be tired, unexplainably tired. The next day, I was told that she died. It happened with my father, too. He wasn't even ill, and I was halfway across the world, and it happened again. I was getting ready to go out to another country, and I looked in the mirror, and sure enough, I looked just like I'd emerged from the crypt and felt like I could use a nap. A few hours later, my mom called and told me that he had passed from an aneurysm. This has happened 10 to 15 times that I can remember. I never know who it's going to be, but if it's someone I know, I'll always get that drained look and get extremely tired. I've only ever told my partner. I had to, because it happened one day where I looked so gray and I was so tired that my partner thought I was getting really sick and took me to the hospital. When we got to the hospital, I started to turn around, and sure enough, we got a call letting us know that his friend was murdered at a Toronto nightclub. Anyways, I just want to make sure I'm not crazy and see if anybody else has had the same experience. It sounds wild, but it's never failed. It doesn't scare me anymore, and if anything, I'd like to learn more about it. Midnight Taco Run. A bit of background. My husband and I have been together since the 8th grade. I was 13 and he was 14 in 1997. That, in and of itself, is difficult for people to believe, but we've been together 26 years now, so we know each other pretty well. However, in the beginning, my husband, I'll call him Nick, was closed off about certain things. For instance, he didn't tell me that his mom legally changed his name when he was 5, until we were in college. I knew that his father's side of the family called him by what I thought was his middle name, but I had no idea that they'd been using his original first name. When I asked why, he didn't tell me. He said that he didn't think it was that important. Anyway, I can't remember the first time something paranormal came up, but Nick very reluctantly told me that he could sometimes see things that most couldn't. This astonished me, as I've never thought of him as the type to even believe in the paranormal. But instead, he not only believed, but lived with it on nearly a daily basis. I told him that I believed him and was curious about all the things that he could see. And I asked for him to share his experiences with me as he experienced them. At first, he was uncomfortable doing so, but when he realized that I was genuinely interested and not out to make fun of him, he began opening up about it and sharing almost every time he saw something, unless it was something that he felt he shouldn't acknowledge. So, on to the story. One night in early October, in about 2008 or 2009, we decided to take a midnight snack run to our favorite taco place. I was driving that night, and when I turned onto our neighborhood, on our way home, I saw what I thought was a grayish trash bag blowing in the nearby stop sign at the end of the street. Nick and I had been oddly giggly and having a good time making each other laugh over silly things all night. So it was odd when I asked Nick what that thing on the side of the road was, and he didn't answer. I glanced at him to see if he had heard my question and asked him again, and he still didn't answer me. As we got closer, I noticed that the way that this thing was moving made it look like a large dog. As I pulled up to the stop sign, I could no longer see the thing, as it was on Nick's side of the truck. I looked at Nick again and asked yet another time, what was it while craning my neck trying to see? I said, "Is that a dog?" His attitude had changed completely from just a few seconds earlier. He was no longer smiling, and he was slouched way down in his seat. When I asked if it was a dog, Nick ever so slightly shook his head no with his eyes directly forward. He looked, well, not normal. At this point, I was confused and getting irritated at him for not responding to my question. Then I saw the gray dog thing run away from the truck toward the adjacent yard and started to wonder why Nick was acting so strange about a dog. I was on the verge of saying something to the effect of, "Nick," when the dog jumped straight up into the air and disappeared. Whatever I was going to say evaporated, and I looked at Nick. He was now shielding his face with his hand in a way that you might do if you were trying to avoid someone seeing you, while whispering frantically, "Please go, please go, please go." Then, to add to the completely bizarre situation unfolding in front of me, a cat from across the street yowled and screamed as it came tearing across the street toward the area I'd seen whatever it was disappear. The cat's tail was 3 times its normal size, and it looked prepared to fight to the death. I said, "What the fuck did I just see?" as I felt every hair on my body stand on end in a way I'd never experienced before. Nick said dryly, "That was a cat." I floored the truck and said, "I'm not talking about the fucking cat." I was terrified but fascinated by what I'd just witnessed. He still made no reference to the dog thing. After we returned home, I was still freaked out, and Nick was a little paranoid that it might have been following us, and he kept looking out the window. When he felt comfortable again, I asked him what he saw. He was reluctant to say much, but he said that after I saw it disappear, he could still see it. It had been sitting in a tree branch near his window, which had been down the whole time, by the way. It had been looking toward the truck with a rat dog-like face with long, sharp teeth. What I personally saw was a dog-shaped thing. I didn't see its head, so I can't really describe it, but its body and tail looked like it had sharp angles and was a dark, steely gray. It made me think of the M. Night Shyamalan movie The Lady in the Water that had dog-like creatures called scrunts that were covered in blades of grass. However, when discussing the incident with Nick recently, he recalled that it almost looked as though it were covered with pointed scales, almost like armor. But the most bizarre thing for me was the way that it disappeared. It seemed like it went through an Acme black hole from the Looney Tunes cartoon that was suspended in mid-air. In other words, it was as though my vision into this other dimension was restricted to a finite cube of space. And when it jumped out of that space, it left my scope of perception. While it was jumping, its head was out of the space while its body and tail were still in it. I have no idea if this description makes sense or not. Well, I'm getting it. This experience was bizarre and at the same time incredibly creepy. But when I think about it now, I feel incredibly lucky to not only have been granted a glimpse into something so otherworldly, but to have been able to share that experience with my best friend. Sleeping encounter. I'm cat-sitting at my mom's this week and forgot some personal items at my apartment My boyfriend and I had made plans for him to come by this morning, before or after his gym, to drop them off. All the doors are locked, and he's got the key to the house. So around 6:45 in my half-asleep state, I hear from quite far someone open the front and my boyfriend's voice saying, "Hello," like he usually does to announce his presence. I was very drowsy and was very much on the edge of being asleep and half asleep. Then I felt him come into my room and give me a quick kiss on the cheek, just like he usually does. That made me fall completely asleep. So approximately an hour passed, and I was pretty much fully awake. I looked at my phone. I start texting my boyfriend, thanking him for dropping off my things and telling him how sweet he is. I start looking for the bag with my belongings in it and can't seem to find it. So I ask him where he dropped it off, and he says, "In my car." I'm like, "What do you mean in your car? You didn't drop it here yet?" So turns out my boyfriend is currently at the gym, and I'm waiting for him while he's writing this. Or while I'm writing this, sorry. I'm stunned, shocked, confused. I have no idea how to explain what happened, because I swear on my life I could feel the kiss on my cheek, and I heard his voice say, "Hello," in that very specific little tone that he takes sometimes. I'm a very light sleeper, so I get woken up by pretty much any loud noise around me, and the front door is not the most silent one to open or close. My 2 a.m. paranormal experience with a ghost. First, I want to say that I come from a Muslim family and culture, and I believe that we aren't alone in this world, and that there's other entities, such as jinns, around us, and sometimes they may do some paranormal stuff that can't be rationalized. So with that being said, one time I was about to sleep around 2 a.m., and as I'm doing so, I see the kitchen light suddenly get turned on. At first I thought it was my mom at the kitchen for whatever reason, and then shortly after I hear plates making noises, as if someone is just fiddling with the plates. At the time, I used to sleep at my parents' bedroom, where my mom sleeps, due to my room being under construction. My dad at the time wasn't in the house, since he was somewhere else for work, so it was pretty much me sleeping in an inflatable bed on the ground, and my mom sleeping on the bed. So as the noises and the light being turned on was happening for about 3 to 5 minutes, then all of a sudden it turned off, and it was complete darkness and silence for a bit. I kept staring at the door, thinking that my mom would come back, and after 1 minute, I grabbed my phone and put on the flashlight, and found my mom still asleep, like she had never left the room. I woke her up and told her what happened, and she was very weirded out about the situation. I pretty much didn't want to go check and just recited the Ayat al-Kursi for protection from such spirits and jinns, and went back to sleep, mainly because I knew it couldn't be a burglar in the house, and no burglar would be stupid enough to go into the kitchen and turn on the lights and make some noticeably loud noises with the plates. Thus, I figured it had to be some sort of ghost paranormal activity. I was always skeptical about such entities, though that turn of events made me believe that there are spirits in this world. We have shortly moved after from that house, for other unrelated reasons. And now I from time to time do think about the whole situation of it being some sort of spirit in the house, as it cannot really be explained. This just happened where a ghost just said in my aunt's voice, Assalamu alaikum. This just happened today, and I'm freaking out. So my grandparents' house is haunted. Pretty much my cousins and I believe it. We've had many experiences where we heard whistling, seen figures, heard noises, had dreams of people that we don't know, or heard mimicking voices. Now, I've never experienced anything till today. So for starters, my uncle, aunt, and cousin went away on a trip recently. My other aunt and other cousin were out as well. My grandmother was downstairs with her headphones on, and she has a hearing problem, so she can't hear us. And my grandfather was also upstairs. He was sleeping. So we often come visit every day, at the same time, because my sister is autistic. So I rang the Ring doorbell because the lock wasn't working, because sometimes it glitches and fixed itself later because of exposure to the sun. So I unlock the door, and I hear my aunt's voice say, Assalamu alaikum. So I said the greeting back, but then it clicked for me. My aunt's not here. So, coming from inside the house in my aunt's room, and it was her voice. So I rushed around to see. I called my other aunt and asked if she was here and told her. She told me to ask if my aunt did it through the Ring app. Now keep in mind the Ring is very new, and they never really used it before. So when I called her, she had no idea that she could even do that. So then I started freaking out. I couldn't even say the prayer because I couldn't remember. My aunt called me back and said that she had got it on the recording. I'm not allowed to show it because of privacy and don't have permission, but it's on camera. For the rest of the time, I felt the basement was colder than normal, and I felt too anxious to even go upstairs. I don't know who mimicked my aunt's voice, but for a jinn to say Assalamu alaikum like that, I'm hoping it was a good jinn. Need help figuring out what happened? There's a trail that's only big enough for select off-road vehicles. The gate is small enough that no vehicle can enter it. We were able to get in on one of the smaller side-by-sides and started the trail. About a mile, the side-by-side I was in needed to stop and use the bathroom, so we fell about a mile behind the lead side-by-side. The driver of mine decided to try and hit a puddle after we started driving again and ended up hitting a stump and flipping over. We were pretty stuffed and half by the side-by-side was nearly crushed, so we couldn't get out. So less than 5 seconds after we stop rolling, these 3 random men in their 20s start pulling us out of the vehicle and helping us. The weird part is they drove a 1980 Chevy Blazer, which is far too big to be able to get onto this trail. Also, we didn't see them behind us at all. This trail is surrounded by trees, and every entrance is only big enough for small off-road vehicles. These 3 men helped us out a few minutes, and those minutes went by, and the 6 of us, 3 in the side-by-side and 3 random men, were working on flipping the side-by-side back over. That's when the other side-by-side got back and helped out. We took a few minutes to talk to each other, and by the time our focus shifted back to the 3 men, their vehicle and them were gone. We didn't hear a vehicle start, and everyone there at the time 100% saw them. The Bayport Experience. Okay, so about 21-ish years ago, my mother was able to buy her first house and got it for a very good price. I remember being quite excited to have my own bedroom, and every day after school, my mom would bring me to our new house while her and my grandmother cleaned up the place. And because I was there, I was able to pick my own room. The room I had chosen had an old Cheerio cabinet with an old creepy doll, an old music box, and a few other broken tools. I asked my mom if I could keep the music box and started to play with it while my mother cleaned. Eventually, my grandmother found an old beaten-up journal, and my mother and her started to read it. I'll never forget the 2 entries. Why did she make me do this? She knows how I get. Why couldn't she have just kept her mouth shut? Entry 2. I miss her every day. I don't think I can go on without her anymore. I only heard these because I had eavesdropped on my mother and grandmother. They decided to get rid of the journal because of how creepy it was. But we eventually moved, we moved the book, and that's when the weirdest thing started to happen. My family were convinced that the house might be haunted, but nothing directly was happening until they did. Encounter number 1. I was watching TV, the pilot episode of Ned's Declassified School Survivor Guide, when something strange started to happen on my TV. The volume went super high and my remote stopped working. My brother and stepdad ran in, and the channel started to change as the volume got louder. My stepdad said something about it being a deaf ghost. Then the volume went to mute, and followed by the power going out completely. My stepdad looked at the breaker box and could find nothing wrong with it. Encounter 2. My brother and his friend were playing on the computer and started to hear strange noises. They went to investigate and heard the sound of a train. We lived very far away from the train stations, like there was no possible way that we could have heard them. But then they said a red-haired girl standing in the living room. When they turned back, she was gone. Encounter 3. I was sitting in the dining room alone. My brother was in his room, getting ready for our grandmother to pick us up and take us to the pool club. When I started eating, I felt something odd, and my chair legs broke. As I slammed on the ground, I saw a black, shadowy figure. My brother and my dog ran toward me, and he got freaked out. Again, my stepdad looked over for what was wrong, and he said it looked like the legs were kicked in. Bad things started to occur. I got extremely sickly and nearly died. But after leaving the house, the bad energy followed. We had misfortune in every house we moved into after that. House 1, Black Mold, aka Stachybotrys. House 2, landlord forgot to promise our house to his in-laws. Or he forgot that he had promised the house to his in-laws. House 3, electrical issues nearly burned down the place. My brother had realized one of our blankets was in his closet when he had first moved into the Bayport house. He begged my parents to get rid of it. So, one night when we were at a camping trip, my mother dropped the blanket in the fire. And everything seemed to get better, albeit slowly. And here's the crazy thing. The music box was stolen by my cousin when I was 10. Still living in the house at the time. And, well, nothing but bad things started happening to him that eventually led to his death. But here's a few strange notes about that house. There was a stain on the maroon kitchen walls. It wasn't until I was older did I realize that That kind of stain only shows up if she painted over blood. 2. The previous owner of the house reported his girlfriend as missing, not dead. Claimed she ran away after a fight. 3. The realtor who sold my mother the house said the girl died in a car accident, but there was a large blood stain on her dining room wall. 4. There was a crawl space we could never access. We were never given the key. But if you went into the basement area where the crawl space would logically lead to, there was a door that was sealed away with black electrical tape, with pipes built over it. My stepfather and his own father looked it over and realized the pipes didn't connect to anything. One last weird note. When I was playing while my mother and grandmother were cleaning the house before we moved it, I saw something very strange. A shirtless child chasing a dog. Now at the time we didn't have a dog, but a year later we got my first dog, and she had stolen my shirt while I was getting dressed. Chased her and realized as I did, I had seen the exact same thing a year earlier. The Ghost Cat, a night I can't forget. Years ago, around a decade back, my friend and I were part of the same Marine Corps Reserve unit. The distance to our unit from my place was a good 2.5 hours. One particular day, we were required to report early. To save time, we decided I'd stay at his place, situated halfway between my home and the drill center. After a night of barracks cuts and a couple of beers, my friend, looking a bit troubled, confided me about an unusual problem with the house that he was renting. He believed it was haunted by a ghost. Being a skeptic, couldn't help but tease him. But his response was not what I expected. He looked straight into my eyes and uttered, "It's a damn cat." He recounted incidents where he'd wake up to see the cat lounging outside his bedroom. Each time, he would leap out of the bed to catch it. But by the time he'd reached the doorway, just 5 to 7 feet away, it would vanish. I laughed it off, attributing it to his imagination, and decided to crash on the living room couch. The stillness of the night was interrupted when I felt something brushing against my hand, which dangled off the couch. As I peered down, I was met with the sight of a cat affectionately rubbing its head against my hand. Panic set in as I realized I was paralyzed. The dreaded sleep paralysis. While my body was immobile, my willpower drove me to make a tiny movement. In a desperate attempt to prove its existence, I managed to grip that cat's face with my index finger, trying to nick my finger on its sharp tooth. Suddenly, the cat wrenched free and started straight through to the living room wall. The moment its tail disappeared, the paralysis lifted. Frantically, I inspected my finger. While there was no visible injury, I could faintly feel where the tooth had pressed against it, and there seemed to be a slight discoloration. The next day, still bewildered, I narrated the previous night's events to my friend. I may never know the truth of that night, but part of me is convinced that I held onto a ghostly feline, even if just for a fleeting moment. The most uncanny thing? It behaved just like any ordinary cat. Have you ever walked into something invisible? Okay, I know how this sounds, but this is a serious question. About 15 years ago, I was getting ready for bed. Turned off all the lights, one by one. The light in my bedroom was on, so I was turning off all the other lights and going into my room. I picked up my cat like a baby and turned off the last light in the living room. It was a straight shot to my bedroom with nothing obstructing the way. As I was passing my couch with my cat in my arms, I bounced off of something that wasn't there. Like, literally. Imagine someone walking directly into a wall, but the wall is invisible. Even stranger, the moment I collided with whatever it was, I got a rushing wave of heat all through my body, starting from my toes to my head, and then immediately an ice-cold chill from the top of my head all the way down to my toes. My cat reacted with a long, stressed-sounding meow, indicating that he sensed something was off as well. I've never had this happen again since. I was just wondering if anyone else out there had something similar happen. It scared me so much that I slept with the lights on for the better part of 2 weeks. So there's this mausoleum. This was many years ago now, but this place is imprinted into my memory. It was a mausoleum and cemetery within walking distance of my apartment in New Jersey. I had a few experiences with that place, but the creepiest one was the day I walked past it, and it was open. FYI, I walked past this place a lot and lived in that apartment for a few years, and only saw it open this one time. So I'm walking by one afternoon, and I notice the sign is out stating, quote unquote, visiting hours. Never saw it open before, so I decided to check it out. Even though a couple of the other experiences had already happened outside of here, I figured I'd set my mind at ease. Spoiler, I didn't. So I walk in. The first thing I see is a very long marble-floored hallway with drawers in the walls. Expected. Unexpected were the strange gated parlor chairs that were sort of tables behind wrought iron gates, spaced every so often. Then I heard footsteps. You know how footsteps and shoes can echo on hardwood floor, or hard floor in general? So I say, "Hello," and nothing. Footsteps get louder, so I loudly say, "Hello?" No response. The sound of footsteps is loud enough to sound like it's right around the corner. At this point, with no reply, I'm out. Honestly, had enough weird things happen to me by this place and totally didn't want to see what was making the sound. I went past that place many times after that day. For a while around the same time, it was never open again. I saw something and I can't stop thinking about it. I work the third shift. I go to many different locations and clean. One of the locations I go to has deers and bunnies. I've encountered deer before, and I know to keep my distance. Toward the end of my shift, which is around 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., my coworker and I are in charge of taking out the trash. Next to this location is like a field with trees next to a park. In this area, it's always foggy in the morning. It's close to a river. We begin to bring the trash to the back of the building, where the dumpsters are. I was next to the dumpster, ready to lift my huge bag of trash, but something just told me to look. I turned to my right, and across the street is a very tall, extremely skinny deer with huge antlers. While I stared at it, I couldn't stop thinking, what's wrong with its knees? Its knees were just so huge compared to the thin leg bones. This deer was extremely tall, and it began to walk towards my coworker and I. Its leg was so long, it wasn't moving correctly. The legs were just too long. Then another one appeared next to the first one. Due to the fog, they looked gray, not cream or brown, but this grayish color. Their eyes were glowing, and they just stared at us. I no longer wanted to look at these things, but my body kept telling me to look. I was afraid they were getting to charge or maybe attack us. I turned to run, and my coworker was already running toward the door. They didn't make any sound. These deer were extremely quiet. Something just wasn't right with these deer. They gave me an uncanny feeling. These deers were well over 6 feet tall. Saw a ghost. Years ago, I had the following experience. My boyfriend and I at the time had watched a film, and he said I'll take it back to the rental place, which was down the road from my house. It was late afternoon and my parents were home. While he was returning the rental film, I was waiting in the porch and looking at the house across the road, where a boy had lived and died in a car accident a month before. The boy had been about 14 when he died. I was looking into the house and thinking about him when I saw a figure appear slowly in the front window of the house. I could see a figure wearing a blue jacket, jeans, and could see a head but no facial features. Just a pink kind of mottled face. Then the figure began to vibrate side to side, which was fairly frightening to see. I was, of course, shocked and scared. I turned back into the house, and my mom said, "What's the matter?" I told her I saw something strange, and told my boyfriend also. I don't think they believed me, but I saw it for sure. I feel still to this day kind of amazed and in awe of what it is that I saw. Feel honored really to have witnessed it. I've only told 4 or 5 people. Sort of felt that I would maybe get looked at as being strange. I was about 20 years old at the time. I'm now 48 and still remember it clear as day. Was this a skinwalker, or demon, or something else? This is something that I experienced about 4 or 5 years ago. I had some friends over from out of town, a few. We were talking about paranormal experiences that we had in the past. During the conversation, we experienced a few odd things. At first, it was just a lot of loud walking upstairs. We were home alone, and it wasn't any of us. That part wasn't very weird to me. My family and I had already believed the spirit of the previous owner was still in the house. We had a lot of experience with her, and a neighbor had told us that she died in the garage of the house. But as we continued with their stories, one of my friends saw what looked like a large black bird flying up my staircase. When we checked, we didn't see anything there. But since we all had our own personal reasons to believe in the paranormal, we decided that this was a sign to stop and change the subject. After that thing settled down, my friend left the next day and went home. A few days after the friends had left, I woke up in the middle of the night. I think it was some time after midnight. And as I would normally do, I went downstairs, got some water from the garage. When I grabbed the water from the pack, I looked up, and very close to me, I saw a figure standing there. It was very clear. It stood about 7 or 8 feet tall. Its arms, legs, and torso looked like a very muscular man. Its head looked like a massive wolf. Its skin and fur was black like charcoal. As soon as I saw it, I bolted back into the house, locked the garage, and went straight to my room. The energy coming off of it was utterly terrifying. It's the only paranormal experience I've had that I actually felt like I was in real danger. I did move from that house a year ago, but still to this day, I've yet to have anyone able to give me a solid ID on what it is that I saw. Personally, I think it was either a demon or a skinwalker. I know there is a Native American reservation not far from the house. Additionally, just outside of the neighborhood, there was a decent-sized plot of empty land that was owned by the Air Force. My family and I had seen 2 massive coyotes, bigger than anyone in my family's ever seen, just wandering the neighborhood. I know this sounds like something out of a movie, and I don't have any pictures or videos to back up my experience, but for what it's worth, I promise this is what I experienced. My first encounter with a friendly spirit. It was the summer of 2009. My family and I had just moved into our new home, and not long after, weird things would happen from time to time. My room is located at the end of a narrow hallway, and back then, my sister and I would share my room. The idea behind paranormal things always scared me senseless. But because I've never experienced anything related to that myself, I was a little skeptic, but I still believed in it a little. At the time, I was 11 years old, and my sister and I were in bed, about to go to sleep. I don't know how long I had my eyes shut, but I believe at the time my sister had already fallen asleep. She was on the right side of the bed that was adjacent to the wall, while I was on the left side that was open to the rest of the room. I was sleeping with my right arm hanging over the side of the bed, facing away from my sister, when all of a sudden I heard a whisper near my ear saying my name. I thought nothing of it since it was maybe just me being pretty sleepy at the time, but then my arm started to lift up. This woke me up, and I just slowly pulled my arm back toward me, because I knew that you weren't supposed to get scared because they feed off of that energy, and to just simply ignore it. Don't get me wrong, I was freaking out internally, but I played it cool, and I just scooted closer to my sister and forced myself to go to sleep. Even though I was scared, and in general I get scared very quickly, I didn't feel like it was a bad spirit. Maybe it could have been a loved one of the previous family, or someone else that lived in our home and just wanted to let us know that they were here. Who knows? Anyway, that was my first experience, but definitely not the last. My sister, along with a few relatives who would stay with us for a certain time, also experienced things, if you'd like to hear more about that. AskReddit. I haven't experienced it directly, but my sister and I shared a room when we were children. When she was maybe 6 years old, making me 12 at the time, there were a few weeks where she would wake up in the middle of the night absolutely terrified. When asked about it, she said that an older lady she doesn't know stood next to her bed, threatening to kill her if she didn't return. Or rather, didn't return her daughter to her. My sister said that this lady's appearance was usually preceded by a dream. In this dream, she saw the woman and her daughter chased and killed by a group of men. This was dismissed by her parents, but I saw how she was getting more and more scared as time went on. This wasn't a nightly occurrence, but regular enough for me to become concerned and tell my sister to wake me up the next time that it happened. At this point, it should be noted that we have bunk beds. When my sister woke me up on the next occasion, I was pretty frightened myself, as her fear was quite genuine. Still, I looked over the side of the bed, where my sister said the woman was standing previously. I can confirm that I did not see a thing, for which I remain thankful, and did my best to explain this apparent apparition, that my sister is very sorry to see what she had experienced. Confusing. But that there was nothing that could do except offer our condolences and ask that she please not scare my sister anymore. My sister said that the lady was listening. I felt like an utter fool in the morning, but my sister said that she never saw the lady again, which is all I wanted out of it anyway. AskReddit. This was a few years ago. Was in the car with my mom on the way home from visiting a friend. It was winter in Canada, so there was a ton of snow. Driving is hard. The car ends up getting stuck in the snow. For those who don't know, it's extremely difficult to get a car out of the snow because the wheels would lose grip and just keep spinning. Often you need to get a tow truck, tie chains, put it all on the wheels, put wooden planks down, or have at least 3 strong guys to push the car, or all the above. As my mom and I were figuring out what to do, as we had nothing to get the car unstuck, I see a girl standing about 10 feet away. She must have been crossing the road and noticed us. The thing is, I didn't see her walk up to us. She looked to be in her maybe early 20s. She just looked like a normal person, with dark shoulder-length hair. Was wearing black winter clothes. She had on a backpack as well. She signaled that she was going to try pushing the car from behind. We nod. My mom tries driving, but no luck. My mom said, "Go out and help her push the car." As I went to unbuckle my seatbelt, the car went forward as if there was no snow at all. And as I said before, it doesn't just get unstuck that easy. As we drove, we both turned to wave and thank the girl, but she was gone. There's nowhere she could have gone in such a short amount of time. And to be honest, there's no way that she could have pushed that vehicle by herself out of the snow. We haven't seen her since. And I always wonder who or what she was. AskReddit. 1. Big man. When I was younger, like 5 to 7, I would often talk about a black shadow that I could see on my walls. I called him Big Man. My total memory of the events are very faded, but the only memorable moments I can recall is 1. When my old stepdad was getting on to me one night for not going to bed, and he stood in my doorway. I said to him, "Big man is going to get you," and he went running away. Apparently, my parents were terrified of this shadow. 2. It felt like a normal day for a kid, because my mom and Mima just took me to the park. It turned into an ambush, though, and apparently they wanted to talk about this shadow that I would see and that I would talk to. They asked if I felt like it was evil, and I was like, no. He makes me feel safe. I don't remember a lot of what we talked about, only that it was serious enough that they wanted to take me out of the house to talk about it. 3. I hadn't seen Big Man in years, since around 7 or 8, and moving away from that house that I lived in at the time, until one day when my mom had gotten remarried, and we were living with my mom and my now stepdad. We lived in a trailer in the woods, and we had no neighbors, and I would often go play outside. One day I stepped out onto the porch and saw a giant black shadow beside a tree. It was as if it had sucked me into it. However, this overwhelming sense of dread and fear sank into me as I couldn't look away. I ended up praying to God to help me, and I finally could look away. I ran away into the bathroom after that, and the memories of the Big Man came back to my then teenage self. UFO. This happened to not just me, but my best friend as well. We were young, angsty teens with family problems and relationship issues to boot. We often talked deeply to one another, and our friendship was rich. One night, when we were about 15 or 16, we were just ending a deep conversation that we were having, but being as it was 2 a.m., we were lying in the middle of the road. Super dangerous, I know, but it was a small town, and you could hear and see in both directions quite a ways, so we didn't really, care at the time. And we didn't really care if we got ran over anyway. Back to the story. We were laying there in a solemn silence when a giant blue light came above us. About 1,000 feet or so, zero noise, it hovered, stayed still for 3 seconds, and then instantly zoomed away up beyond eyesight. After a half second passed, he popped up and was like, "Did you see that?" I was like, "Hell yes, I did." And we went running off toward the house, scared shitless. To this day, no one believes us and thinks that we were just foolish stoners. We weren't high then. AskReddit. Moving into my old house, we always felt off in the basement. My ex-wife would feel as if she's being watched, or I felt as if I couldn't breathe. The door at the top of the stairs leaned inwards and was always opening from gravity. The doorknob broke off, and it was a super old door, so couldn't get a replacement. But every so often, as I would leave the basement, the door would slam shut as soon as I neared it. The old man that lived there long ago liked woodworking, and so there were a lot of shelves down there. I used them all, like 8 or 9. But needed more, and searched around his storage shed, just not finding anything. Then would randomly find another shelf underneath the workbench where the others had been. Ended up with like 13 shelves. My friend would see a men's shadow walking in our kitchen. When we would sit outside at the fire and no one was inside, he would see what looked like a man in the kitchen. One night, while upstairs sleeping, I needed to pee. It was like 3 a.m. As I rolled over, I noticed that my white shorts with those big plastic beads from the 80s and 90s that kids made jewelry with. She had curly blonde hair and blue eyes, but she was glowing white. Her arms outstretched, and she was just looking at me. That's when I noticed behind her shadows, mostly shapeless, some animal-like. They were black or really dark purple with a purple aura and purple eyes. They did not look friendly. We were almost trying to get out, but couldn't get past her. I couldn't talk. I just rolled back over and rolled the blanket over my head and held in my pee. For a little context on the girl, When I was a baby, my mom brought me to see her cousin and his daughter. This ghost girl looked like the pictures I've seen of this cousin. She was murdered very shortly after we had been there. Then, a few years after that, in my nerd room, I had this Funko in the top corner on the shelf that a couple times just flew off toward me. The only window in the room was behind me, so that was odd. Also had a picture hung above a door fall off and onto the other side of the door. Sure, it could have bounced out, but you have to slide the picture up, all the way up the wall really, to release the nail that it was on. In that same room, I had fallen asleep on my couch. I had been dreaming that I was being choked, and it woke me up, gasping for air but struggling. I was unable to move or anything. I noticed on my chest this small animal-like shadow thing, like the ones in the closet. It was shapeless, but also animal-like, almost a cat shape. It was black or just dark purple with purple aura and eyes. Its shadowy figure formed like fangs in its open mouth like a hissing cat. Angry looking. As soon as it realized I was looking at it, it darted off to the corner, disappearing into the rest of the shadows. I was immediately able to breathe again. I turned the lights on, back to sleep till the sun came up. That was the last time the shadow thing was there that I saw. Ex-wife said some prayers. The old man in the basement still liked to mess with me, but I've since moved out. Texted my college girlfriend at like 3 a.m. after waking up from a weird dream about her talking about me and something that she needed help with. She texted back shortly after saying that her and her grandma had been talking about me a few minutes before my texts. When I was 7, I was up in me and my brother's bedroom playing with Legos. Everyone else was downstairs in the kitchen or family room, waiting for dinner, and probably watching TV. I got this weird feeling all of a sudden that something was in the room with me, and I needed to bolt. Just overwhelming fight or flight rush, and the sense that a threat was coming from the closet. I jumped up and started booking it, ran through the bedroom door, down the little hallway to the stairs. I skipped steps, and I was just so fearful. I had just reached the edge of the stairs and was turning the corner and seeing everybody down there. Right then I realized that I couldn't make out any noise. No screams, no yelling, nothing coming out of my mouth. Everything slowed down the moment that I could see my parents and siblings. Then I felt like something had grabbed me, something I cannot even describe. Slowly, I was pulled backwards, doing everything I could to make a noise or fight free. Nothing happened. I was frozen. Then a rush of being pulled back up the stairs quickly, down the hallway into my room. Everything happened at an accelerated fashion. Last thing I remember is seeing the door slam in front of me. Next thing I know, I'm walking down the stairs slowly and getting to my parents and asking them why they didn't help me or check on me. They told me that I thought I was just playing a game upstairs. I still question what happened then. Was it a weird dream? Did an alien abduct me? Was this some sort of ghost or demon? I don't remember what happened. If anything, once I was pulled back into the room, but the sense and image, or reaching my family, and safely slowing down to a moment of stillness, to then being pulled into the room so fast that I couldn't even blink. This has me open to all kinds of things about the world and the universe, and what they could hold. There's a trail in the South Carolina in the Jones Gap Park. It's called Hospital Rock, and I haven't been there in 20 years. But I hiked it a couple of times alone. It was little visited because it was somewhat difficult compared to the rest of the trails there. So the first time I went, I rounded one corner, came out into this part of the trail that was basically a ridge with a drop off to the side. I got the strangest feeling that I wasn't alone. And yes, I said the. That's what they wrote. Hiking alone, you can get the heebie-jeebies sometimes. But I've been alone enough in weird places that I can tell the difference between heebie-jeebies and a real feeling. This was a matter of fact, gut feeling. First thought, an animal is around. No prob. Finished my hike. But went back a couple weeks later, again alone. And I really couldn't remember just where on the trail I had felt it. But sure enough, I rounded a bend not unlike others on the trail, and there it was. You could cut it with a knife. So I decided to take my then best friend there, and I was careful to avoid telling him what I felt, or where, and asked him to please let me know if he got a vibe. And sure as shit, same place. He stopped and said, "What the fuck?" I couldn't believe it, but he and I both picked it up. Never went back. Just because I got the sense that I was intruding. Apparently the Native Americans in that area used the trail to head to the Hospital Rock itself, which is a jutting rock with lots of room underneath it. They took injured people there, hence its name. Never heard anyone else talk about it. But it's hella haunted by something, and I got too much respect to go where I shouldn't be. Welcome to the world of wonder at Paranormal M, where we unravel tales that defy explanation. Subscribe and hit the notification bell to embark on a journey through our latest thought-provoking stories. Enjoy the intrigue. I've seen various UFOs over the course of my life. The most notable and the most relevant ones are the ones that I saw with my brother and the one I saw with my wife. The one with my brother, we were out getting weed from a guy a few blocks away. We were sober until the trip back. I always have to clarify that part to people for some reason. And we see this spotlight attached to what appears to be an aircraft the size of a UH-1 Iroquois. Problem is, it isn't making no noise. Not a single sound. We can't really see the body, but a vague silhouette. We straight up pull over just to look at it. I even get out of the motherfucking car. Almost as if it knew that we were watching, it bolts out of there. A couple 100 miles an hour. Then, as quickly as it dipped, it jerks back the other way at an acute angle. Something like 270 degrees. Still no noise. This took place about 10 miles away from Lockheed Martin and Dobbins at around 3 a.m., Smyrna, Georgia. The one with the wife was a couple of weeks ago. 4 orbs above Lake Michigan. My wife says it's 5. We got a little Jean-Luc Picard Gull-Madrid argument going on about how many lights. It's kind of funny. Anyway, these lights are in line with Fond du Lac Avenue in Milwaukee. We were headed up northeast. Maybe it was over Lake Michigan, maybe Canada, I don't know. Looks about 30 or 40,000 feet. Lights are in pairs, from my perspective. Like headlights. Problem is, At that spacing, there's no way ATC would let two planes that size fly that close in overcast. Another issue, they aren't fucking moving. I thought they were coming straight on, but after 15 minutes, that theory was out. They also didn't have the green and red running lights, just steady white lights. I'm prepared to just write it off as a perspective thing. But then one light goes out, then another. They all went out one at a time. That's when I realized it was 4 individual craft and not 2. I also met a Gregor when I was a teenager, or an egregor. I was with a roommate. We had been casting a summoning circle for a Wiccan spell. We used to practice, but don't anymore after that. We were, I guess, a bit greedy with our spell, making prosperity charms for ourselves and not others. It may or may not have closed the circle properly. Afterward, during the witching hour, the hallway towards the room that we were casting in grew dark. We felt cold and felt paralyzed. The only thing we really saw was a shadowy figure lurching in his doorway. We were terrified. I only know how to classify whatever it was as an egregor, because of all the monetary woe that followed me around for the next few years. It must have been that. I don't even like speaking its name, especially knowing I'm actually doing okay for once. I'm gonna go burn some fucking sage before I end up homeless again. I experienced a lot of weird things growing up. Most of them I can explain, but there was this one night I can't. I had a battery-powered travel DVD player on my bed late one night when I was 13. At the same time, my boombox was on, plugged into the wall. My dresser was up against a door I wasn't allowed to open. It was an unfinished space. It was originally meant to be a bathroom, but the previous owners just never finished it, and my parents had no intentions to. I was told I could possibly fall through the floor, so don't even open the door. While I'm watching my movie, suddenly my DVD player and boombox stop playing at the same time. And this sounds cliche as fuck, but I could hear what sounded like little girls laughing behind the door I was told never to open. My mom would scream at me if I woke her up for nothing, so I moved the dresser by myself. The giggling continued the whole process of moving my dresser. I put my hand on the doorknob and yanked it open. Giggling stops. The light in my room lights up the empty space. It's tiny, and it's just wood in there. There wasn't even tile or a mirror. I waited for a minute, closed the door. Still no giggling again. And then, suddenly, my boombox and DVD player resumed playing at the same moment. I've always wondered if it was some freaky lightning thing or what? I have 3 things happening. All of them happening in connection with the death of 3 different people. My grandfather, my father-in-law, and my grandmother, my grandfather's wife. My grandfather died at the hospital from pneumonia when he was old. A couple of days after that, a small lamp in the hallway in my grandmother's house started to flicker. The lamp had been there for at least 30 years or so, and there was never any problems with it. At least my grandmother said. We tried changing the light bulb, but the flickering continued, so we threw the lamp away due to potential electricity hazards. My father-in-law passed away a few years later due to a disease. A couple of days after his death, my wife and I woke up to the TV in the living room being turned on full volume, really loud, on some random channel that we had. That had never happened before, and we don't have any animals that could have touched the remote or the TV. My wife and I both were shocked, and we immediately said that it must be a sign from her father. By the way, I'm not religious at all, but interested in paranormal happenings. My grandmother passed away from Alzheimer's not long ago. I was with her when she took her last breath at the home for old people where she was living. A few days after, she died. And a lamp in my kitchen started to flicker. The lamp was almost new. The light bulb almost new as well. And the house almost new, 3 years. And it had never happened before. We let the flickering continue due to us seeing this as a sign from my grandmother. She and I were very close, and the flickering made me think that she was still with us. I told my wife when the flickering started, but I had heard from her brother-in-law, or maybe from someone else, that it takes 40 days for the dead person to pass to the other side, as it were. And I was counting the days the flickering continued. Exactly 40 days after the death of my grandmother, the flickering stopped. The three events combined made me think at least, or hope, that they wanted to say goodbye through the means that they had after death. My parents were on vacation, and I stayed home a longer period of time. On the 13th Friday night, my parents should have been back on Sunday. I called up a few friends at my house for a sort of party, and we stayed until 3 a.m. when my parents called them to go home. I went with them half the distance when we suddenly stopped in the middle of the street. We saw a bright light coming toward us, which seemed like the ones from a car, but it was only one. We moved on the left side of the road and let it pass, but it stopped 50 meters away. A really tall person got out of the car and pointed at something in the sky before starting to run in our direction. Suddenly, the man, let's just say he was a man, screamed horrible and the streetlights went off. And at the moment that we returned back to my house and locked every door and window, we got so scared that we stayed up all night with the lights on and a knife on each of us. Next morning, I called my grandparents to check if they were all right and heard if anything weird was happening the night before. The encounter was right in front of their house. They said that they heard a scream, but nothing else. They offered to come to my house, to stay over there with us. We decided to turn to the news, and we saw something similar that happened in the other side of the the other side of the country. But the worst thing was that a few people were found dead in that instance. AskReddit. This is going to be long-winded, because I need to describe how my apartment looked like for this to really make sense. This was when I was very young. I don't know, maybe around the age of 7. I spent my childhood in an obscure Southeast Asian country, as my dad had a business there. We lived in a really big apartment, and it felt like a giant circular slice of a cylindrical apartment building. The whole apartment was weirdly designed. There was a single separating wall that went through the radius of my apartment. Most bedrooms and the living room were on one side of the radius, while the other side we used for guest rooms, laundry room, and storage. Our living room has a door, the only door that connects the livelier side to the creepy side of our apartment. That side of the apartment was always empty. It feels like there's two people at most of the times, either the maid or the maid and one of my family members. And not just that, we always get complaints from the maid about her feeling unnerved every time she entered that side of the apartment. One time she even claimed that she saw a silhouette of a lady standing over at the washing machine area. I agree with her on the creepy vibes of that side, but I've never really seen anything supernatural before. It feels like I'm being watched every time I enter the creepy side. My parents do not believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, so they always brush it off as just imagination or some illusion caused by lighting in the apartment. I tried to have the attitude or mindset because I didn't want to believe that supernatural stuff like ghosts were real. I had a Nintendo Entertainment System at that time, which I regarded as peak entertainment for kids. I could only play it at the end of every semester. The TV and my console were placed close to the separating wall. So every time I was gaming, I would be facing the wall and the door that connects to the creepy side. And for some reason, it was always open because my parents wanted some quote-unquote airflow or some nonsense. So this open door that leads to pitch darkness on the right side of my vision every time I was watching TV or playing video games. One awful night, I was the only one in the living room playing my NES. My parents were downstairs with my uncle and his wife, singing songs and talking about the good old days. I wasn't interested, so I was alone, upstairs, on my Nintendo, playing Gradius, just moments before that thing traumatized me. From my peripherals, I saw something white dash out of the creepy side through that door of the pitch darkness. I freaked out and turned to look at what it was, to see if it was one of my family members. I still can't remember what I saw clearly. It was kind of humanoid, but for some reason my eyes couldn't make out the specific features. It was like a white, vaguely humanoid blur running around. I can't even be sure if it was running because normally a human's movement has some vertical motion to it, like a bobbing up and down motion, because of how our legs work, right? That white blur moved strictly horizontally, no up-down motion at all, like it's just gliding towards me at full speed. I don't know why it was so fucking fast, because by the time I reacted, it had already turned and was making its way toward me. I dropped my controller, screamed very loudly, and ran down to my parents and my relatives. I didn't even turn around. I started crying and telling my mother all about it. They were skeptical at first, but probably after seeing me shaking like crazy, my dad and uncle went up to see if there was an intruder or something. They came back down like 10 minutes later, saying there's nothing up there. The window and the doors were locked from the inside. No signs of a break-in, and the rug or mat placed on the door that leads to the creepy side was unmoved. The conclusion they caved to was that I've been playing too many games and I'm just imagining things. This was the one and only paranormal thing I've witnessed, and it left me traumatized. I just hit 25, basically a full-grown adult, but you'll never find me in a dark place alone. I also learned to sleep with the lights on because of that. As an adult, I tried rationalizing what I saw. At first, I thought someone was pulling a sick joke on a child like me, but it didn't make sense because, one, that was just going too far. No sensible adult would do that. And two, there were only 5 people, including me, at my apartment that night. 4 of them were downstairs, and I wouldn't have seen anyone going that to the creepy side because they would have to go through me. I also tried to convince myself that it was just an illusion, that I was just imagining things, but I've had these quote-unquote corner of my eye movements, where if I turned to look at it, it would just disappear or be something else. This was not that kind of movement. When I turned my gaze to it, I can still see it, gliding towards me. Its position and motion were consistent the whole way. That white blur was so real to me. Back when I was in middle school, I believe the 6th grade, I had just got home from school. I was always alone after school. My siblings all participated in after-school activities, and the parents were working. I walked to the kitchen to grab a snack from the fridge, and as I got to it, out of nowhere, I just got this overwhelming sensation of dread. There was a chair right to the right of the fridge, and I collapsed into it and just had my head held down with my eyes shut. As I was trying to gather myself, I quickly realized that it was completely silent, like no sound whatsoever, as if the whole house I was in had been muted by a remote control. All of a sudden, a loud noise came from underneath the chair I was in. Best way I can describe it, it sounded like somebody just aggressively crumbling up a sheet of paper. With how quiet it was just before, I was starting to just leap out of the chair. Just as I jumped up to my feet, I quickly spun around, facing the chair. Then I just hear running footsteps coming from the hallway right behind me, leading to the front of the house, followed by a little girl giggling. I backed myself into the wall with my eyes fixated on the door leading to the hallway, and slowly slid myself to the back door. As I reached it, I bolted out of there and ran down the street to my friend's house. I called my mom and told her what had happened, and she told me to stay out until the others had gotten home first. Biggest and most notable experience was my first. We moved into our house when I was 6, currently 21, and for the first few weeks there weren't any issues. Then my parents wanted to look in the attic, which for some reason I was very adamant that they didn't, like continuously asking them not to open it. And I remember being uneasy. As soon as they popped it open, I saw just a dark hole. I was immediately confused because there was nothing there. I had not had any prior knowledge of ghosts and such at that time, so I just didn't know why I was so freaked out when seemingly nothing was there. Soon after that, I started seeing this girl sitting on our stairs. Our inside stairs to the 2nd floor was lattice work below the railing, so it's got like a little grid section that you can see out of. She would sit a bit past the middle of the steps, look out the lattice, and place one hand partially in one of the lattices. And every time she sat there, she would just stare at us, as if she was missing something. And she freaked me out because I started to notice nobody else was bothered by her at all. After a while, my mom noticed me staring up there, weird expression and all. And so she asked me about it, and I told her there was a girl sitting on our steps. My mother having had a paranormal experience with her first husband, many years before I or my dad were part of her life, she believed me. So she slowly went to the stairs and pointed at her, like, right there? What does she look like? She sitting here? The girl responded to my mom. Not ever talking, but in her body language. She looked nervous and fearful of what my mom's intent was. Before climbing the stairs that my mom just flicked on the light, girl disappeared. Turned it off, girl was there. While she was making her way up the steps, she got maybe a quarter up, and then the girl ran up the rest of the stairs, disappearing as her foot hit the top step. I don't know how long I saw her after that point, but she always looked sad, dirty, or bruised. I couldn't tell. Really old, raggedy-looking nighty. But otherwise looked like a normal kid. Wasn't like mad creepy or anything. The last day I ever saw her, she was sitting on the stairs as usual, and at some point she made eye contact with me. And immediately her face turned to fear, her eyes widened, and she looked genuinely horrified. All I saw was a large man-looking hand grab her forearm and start pulling her up the stairs aggressively. Pulling as you would when a kid is arguing to not go, but harshly in this case. That's the worst part about it all that I can remember. It was the horrified look on her face. She'd never looked like that before. As always, when she hit the top step, she disappeared, and I never saw her again after that. I drew her months to a year later, but my art skill wasn't particularly great as a 7 or 8 year old, and I have no idea where it is now, if we still even have it. This is far from the only experience I've had in this house, but by far the biggest/first one I ever had, so it really stuck with me. I think about her from time to time and hope that she's okay, as she can be, something that I consider to be my first. And I felt really helpless at the time, just having to watch it take place and not being able to help her. I was working in a building that was built in the early 1900s as a Catholic hospital. It's now an assisted living home, and I happen to work the night shift. I've experienced a plethora of things, as well as coworkers. Here's a list of some of them. There are 4 ghosts who are most regularly seen. The Peeker, who I've seen a handful of times. I'll be there 2 years in August, by the way. He likes to look around corners at you and slowly gets further and further around the corner until you look up. He'll be shocked and duck. And when you see him, he's gone. Several of my coworkers have seen him, and we all laugh at how funny he looks when he's caught. The nuns. I did say it was a Catholic hospital. Of course, there'd be nuns. I've seen one fully realized, floating. Almost looked like she was running, going from one resident's room across to the dining area to another. Lots of coworkers have seen them in the reflections of the glass, walking next to us. On the 5th floor, there's one who, if you listen, you can hear her heavy footsteps walking behind you. I had one resident who saw ghosts easily. She would often be teaching a class of student ghosts in her room. And there was a time I was helping her, and she said that there was a lady behind me who was wearing a veil looking over my shoulder. I said, "I hope she thinks I'm doing a good job." And my resident said, "Well, she must because she just left." We consider the nuns as our co-workers as well, because strange things will happen. Someone speaking, items being moved, doors closing. And we usually take it as a nun has seen something going on. A resident is up or wandering or someone's hurt. So we go check all the rooms. 8 times out of 10, something is going on with the resident. The Dark Man. He wears all dark clothes and has dark features. I've never seen him, but a couple co-workers and residents have. He leans against a wall and will watch you work. When you realize he's there and do a double take, he's gone. No one knows who he is or if he's friendly, but he's never done anything that would indicate that he's mean. The Long Man. Only residents have seen him, and I hope I never see him. He's frightening. From the description my residents have given, let's just say I wouldn't want to see him. He'll be in the resident's ceiling, and when they notice him, he extends down into their doorways and wears a big smile. He's really tall and has sort of a stoop in the doorway. He won't move until the resident begins to scream. Yeah, it's that terrifying. And then he disappears into the floor. Absolutely horrifying. As for some of my experiences, other than the usual saw it out of the corner of my eye bullshit, these are hauntings that I've personally experienced, or have been around when coworkers experienced themselves. Just a few nights ago, I was mopping up the floor in front of the kitchen. The door to the kitchen has a small glass window, and I was about 8 feet away. I looked up, and there was a man looking through the window. He looked extremely unusual. His skin was as pink as a pig's, and his eyes were wide open looking down. When I did a double take, I thought, was that my reflection? Then he was gone. I still looked into my reflection, but mine was much darker and less defined than what I saw. I told my coworker. They came down into the kitchen and began to yell at the ghost. I told her that it wasn't necessary. About an hour later, we were eating and talking about the interaction with a separate coworker, when a full milk jug that had been sitting on the table suddenly flew off, and a split second, perfectly on the floor. I said, "Oh, you pissed him off," and we all kind of joked about it, moving forward. Catholic hospital. I was still fresh, and I was new, and I was trying to drag these heavy baskets of laundry. I happened to be in front of the nurse's office, which used to be the head nun's office, and I cursed. Shit and ass damn. Interesting choice. And all of the heavy fire doors around me slammed shut. I immediately apologized for cursing. I was terrified to open the doors because I thought an angry nun would be behind them. I was walking along the 3rd floor when I saw a dark shadow and it dipped into a room. We had a resident who was actively dying on hospice. The spirits always get antsy when someone's dying. I said, "She's on the 2nd floor if that's who you're looking for." A little over an hour later, the lady passed away. My coworker on the first night went into a room and immediately came back out. She said she'd seen a dark shadow child standing next to a dying resident's bed. The child looked up at her, then just walked through the wall. She wanted us to come in with her after that, The coworker was in the kitchen when a voice said, "Shut the damn door." Door was shut and the steel cabinets all flew open. She was absolutely terrified, and I remember how scared that she sounded when she paged up for assistance in the kitchen. Previous coworker, who'd yell at the ghost before, was the one who went down to yell once again. Coworker came and got me and said the radio in the dining room turned on and wanted me to shut it off. When we went in, it was off. I said, "Well, it's time for everyone to go to bed anyways. Go to sleep." The ghosts must not have liked that, because the door shut and the radio turned on to old jazz music. So I said, "Fine, but don't be grouchy in the morning." My fiancé at the time and I went to visit my dad. We had just bought a property built in the 1800s. And this was just a place to eventually modernize and sell. It was still in great shape, and he invited us to stay there for the weekend instead of bothering with a hotel. We arrived and tired from our drive, and pretty quickly found the master bed and bathroom to get ready for bed. While using the restroom, I noticed some cold drafts and heard some rhythmic pacing-like sounds coming from the wooden floors. I brushed the cold off without the thought at the time and assumed my fiancé was just looking around the room, even though the walking sounds was more like a boot than a foot with socks hitting the floor. At any rate, we both went to bed and fell asleep pretty quickly. At some point, my fiancé's nudging me in the side. "Sweetheart, sweetheart." She's whispering, but has an urgency in her voice. I opened my eyes, and my heart and blood went cold for a second. There's a faint white figure standing there, just looking at us at the foot of the bed. We both saw it clear as day. What was even more jarring is that same draftiness I felt before was back. The figure had a feminine essence and somehow an 1800s look. Fiancé and I held hands underneath the covers, but sort of both awkwardly caught off guard. The thing we both remember now, aside from being a bit petrified, is that we didn't really sense any hostility or malice. Just a good 10 minutes of holy crap. The figure stayed relatively still, just sort of shifting her head back and forth like you would while looking at an item at sale or something interesting. Then, as suddenly as everything started, the figure just went away. The rest of the time, we just noticed odd sounds and slept downstairs in the living room, all lights on. My dad also had a Corvette stored in the carriage house, but my fiancé insisted that there was bad energy, so we never went in and took it out for a spin. AskReddit. One weekend, I was at my dad's house. He'd come to the upstairs bathroom to get a shave and heard footsteps in my stepsister's room. I thought it was him walking around initially, so I got up to find him. Gecko. And he was standing at her closed door. He looks back at me and whispers, "You can hear that too, right?" I nodded, and he opened the door slowly. My stepsister was asleep, and never had been awake apparently, and there was no way that she could have crossed the room, gotten into bed, and pretended to be that convincingly asleep in the 2 seconds it took my dad to open the door. He went in, checked her TV, which had never been on. She has one of those big ones from the 90s that would get warm when turned on. The radio hadn't been on either. Figured maybe it was just the beat of a song or something. After that, we heard the footsteps a bunch of times, usually very early in the morning. Some of the footsteps were so heavy they'd shake the ceiling fan of the dining room directly underneath her bedroom, and they'd woken her up a few times as well. Whenever I'd shower at my dad's, I always felt like someone was standing behind me. Eventually, I got so stressed and paranoid that I refused to shower in the house, or even go into the upstairs bathroom. My dad asked me one day, "Do you ever feel like someone in the shower is with you when you're here?" After months of me feeling that way and never mentioning it to anyone. AskReddit. I was in art class when I was 15, and a random teacher's aide, a lady in her 60s, unassuming Nana type, sat down next to me and said that she had a vision about my job as an adult. I was like, "Oh, am I a photographer?" She said no. I was fairly dismissive and skeptical because I was certain that's what I'd be doing. But I said, "Oh, yo, tell me what you saw." She then went on to describe my job. None of it made much sense at the time, and you could tell that she didn't quite understand what she saw. She said she couldn't figure out where I was because the place had no windows and everything was a pastel green color. She said I was making something that looked like CD covers, but they weren't that. She went on to explain that I was working with a bunch of guys, and some of them were helping and teaching me do the job. But the thing that really stuck out was that she keeps seeing me do this thing where I look at whatever it was I was making, and that I would change the angle of it. She mimicked what I was doing. Anyway, about 8 years later, I ended up doing exactly all the things she said I was going to do. I was a wine label flexographic printer helper, I guess. It got me so bad, or rather it got to me so bad that my future was set in stone that I eventually quit my job to pursue a fine art and photography career. That was a few years back, and I'm about to have my second solo exhibition opening this weekend. What I still haven't figured out yet was, have I broken the timeline, or was I just meant to have that, future told and then pursue a different career? It's all pretty out there, and I'm not too sure what to make of it because I'm not the type of person to believe in that sort of stuff. But, it happened, so there are people that can see into the future, and they are 100% right. I hear clapping outside my window every night at 2 a.m. Oh, we got a warning here, guys. This is saying it's not safe for work. So, the narrator here has given you fair warning, and I proceed. I always tried to sleep with my curtains and window open. I've just never been that cautious, but recently, I started to hear someone or something making clapping sounds outside. Oh no. I didn't think too much of it, and I would just go to sleep. But last night, my friend, let's call her Tracy, slept at mine, and at exactly 2 a.m., the sound started again. So feeling brave, me and Tracy tried to investigate where the sound was coming from. I put my flashlight on and checked my garden, but as I thought, nothing. So we both lay back down, and the sound stopped for a few minutes. And then started again, and that's when I saw it. Someone, or should I say something, was lying down over my roof just staring at us. Before I go on, I should probably explain how my roof sits. I live in quite a small house, and the way it is built is quite strange. My bedroom is on the second floor, and there's a little gap between my window and the roof. The roof goes out a slight bit, and it's just in reaching distance. Anyways, in shock, me and Tracy slammed the window shut and closed the curtains, and we stayed dead silent for what felt like hours. Feeling stupidly brave again, we decided to open the curtains and have a quick look to make sure our imagination wasn't just getting the better of us. And there it was again, but this time closer. I don't even know how to describe what we seen. This thing had white blonde raggedy hair, and all I can remember is the eyes, strangely enough. And I couldn't remember her face, just that hair and eyes, like it was glaring into my soul. Panicking, I text my old friend who lives across from me to check out my roof, as both of us couldn't move and we were in shock. She told me she couldn't see anything, so we opened the window one last time, and there was nothing. No noise, no person. We locked the window again and tried to distract ourselves till morning. Since Tracy went home, everything feels off, and strange stuff has been happening. I keep hearing creaking and doors opening around the house. My nose has bled nonstop, and I'm starting to panic staying here alone. I've locked all my doors, windows, and curtains. That's the end of the story. That seems perfectly safe for work. I was ready for something worse. Next story. Does anybody know anything about or seen ghosts carrying wagons before? When I was 5, I was in the car with my parents and sister. I think it was either in Fluorescent, Colorado, or Florissant, perhaps, or on our drive to Colorado, because we had just moved there. It was like 2003 at the time. They went to the gas station, and I was tired and I didn't feel like going in. It was on a hill with dirt dug out to make room for the gas station. After they went in, I saw 2 glowing white figures carrying a wagon with a figure inside, and it looked like a dog or something with wings. I know it sounds dumb, but I know I was awake because I was so terrified that I hid behind the seat in the car. I watched them slowly walk to the back of the gas station, and then my family came back. Part of me wanted to go back there and look, but I was too scared. I asked my mom, and she said she remembers me telling her about it. Has anyone experienced something similar? Another strange fact is that later on we moved back to Florida, and we stayed at my grandma's house for a while. I don't think the house was old or anything, but I went to sleep for like 5 minutes, and I woke up and someone was whispering my name. I thought my sister was playing pranks on me. I went to her room and asked her, but she was just pissed off that I woke her up and everyone else in the house was dead asleep. Maybe I'm insane, but sometimes I feel like something followed us and has been plaguing my family ever since. My dad became an abusive psycho when we first moved to Colorado, and my mom got dystonia at the same time. It was also the same year that she apparently went to a psychic. We moved back to Colorado in the Woodland Park, and later on my dad got way more abusive towards me and told me that he thought I was possessed because I was just staring at the ceiling one day. I ended up being in a foster home due to my father's abuse, and my parents ended up getting divorced. What makes it scarier is that I still have no idea what happened. this is the only weird or paranormal thing that's ever happened to me. I was 11 and recently moved to another city with my family due to my father being in the country's army. We were staying there for a year, and thankfully, the army gave us a decent house in a complex building built for officials with families. Each house had their own large backyard and was separated from other houses by 12-foot concrete walls. One Sunday, my family went to buy some stuff at the supermarket. My older sister went with them, and my little one was still a baby, so I was going to be alone for a couple of hours. I was okay just playing with my dog, but I remember that I needed to get my black socks from my school. I guess I had my school's Monday uniform, and it resembled a suit and a tie kind of a look. I went to the backyard to get them, since they were hanging to dry. At this point, I was getting bored of waiting for my socks, and I say out loud, "I'm really bored," only to almost immediately hear a young voice clearly say, "Then let's play." The voice was clear but not loud. Didn't feel like it came from in front of me or any of my sides. It was just there. I turned around to see my normally hyperactive golden retriever sitting quietly and staring at me. I look around very fast, trying to sort of find the source of the voice, but the house to the right was empty and separated by a concrete wall, like I said. The house to the left was over 50 feet away and behind the wall as well. And behind my house, there was a long wall with nothing but a steep hill and a house at the bottom behind it. I ran for dear life and hid in my parents' bedroom underneath the covers and turned on the TV at max volume until they arrived. I explained to them what happened, and they had to calm me down for the rest of the day. I have no idea what that was, and to this day, I still can't put my finger on it. I knew the kids in the house to the left, and it wasn't any of their voices. The house to the right didn't have any kids, and there's no way some kid climbed a hill, then a 12-foot wall covered in sharp glass at the top, just to say that to me. Is my house haunted? I literally don't know how to explain this. For the last few nights, I keep seeing things. But I convinced myself that it was just my illusion and slept. Last night, I can't get over. I'm for sure something was there. Honestly, for a few years I saw stuff. But then they would disappear until this year. I don't know what to do. I can't describe when I've been seeing. Perhaps they meant what. But a little information of an older story. I was chilling at night, and my lights can dim and get brighter. I noticed my lights dimmed a little, and then it went back to the old setting that I had set them on originally. Another old story. This one's during the day. I didn't see anything, but I heard and felt it. I was chilling and heard loud footsteps and then felt something heavy sit on my mattress. For both of these instances, I got my ass up and ran. Last night, I was so scared and felt so uneasy. The last couple of nights themselves made me feel like I was being watched while I was sleeping. And I swore I saw something in the closet. But last night, it was INA. Different spot. Oh, it was in a different spot. I was so scared and shit, and I can't move. So I shut my eyes and prayed in my head to Lord Krishna till I fell asleep. I completely forgot about last night until now. My back was itchy and I felt a scar, like a scratch. I didn't scratch myself, and I heard that ghosts can give you scratches. Perhaps. Is My House Haunted? Part 2. I had evidence this time. I have a puppy. His name's Teddy. He hasn't been doing this lately, but I'm sure he's seen something that we don't. Me and my mom sleep, and most nights my dad's at work. He works at night, but on his days off he spends his time watching TV. Now, when my dad leaves the room and my dog sees, he barks loud. He only barks loud when he sees someone, whether it's us when he hasn't seen us for a while or a stranger. This is important. Sometimes he barks weirdly. When he sees a stranger, she barks loud. I'll come back to this. But he seemed scared. He was hesitating to bark. My mom woke up, put him on the floor. He ran over and looks up, and it seemed like he was following something going down the stairs or something. I know he saw something and was following it. He began scratching my leg and told me to take him downstairs. He only does this when he desperately wants to go down there. He usually does it when my mom comes home from work and she hasn't come up in a while and he gets tired of waiting. This time I know he's seen something. A few nights ago, he barked at my dad's room. My dad was at work. He wasn't barking the weird way, like I just stated. He was barking the same way he barks when he sees a stranger in or out of the house. He also barked like that when there was something unusual. Not like a box of tissues, something large. The last time he barked at an object, it was an AC in the field, more half of my size. Sometimes I hear things that my dog does as well. One time he heard it so bad he walked off the pillow. He sleeps on my bed. Walked across the bed, not like he usually did. Like he was in a rush, trying to protect the house. He only walks like that when someone gets home and he's rushing to see them. He stared for a long time before sleeping. AskReddit. When I was 15, I was up in my room, laying on my bed and reading. Then I heard a loud, angry stomping coming from up the stairs. Loud stomping down the hallway. Thought it was my 12-year-old sister, who always threw tantrums. So I stopped reading and watched my door, anticipating my sister to come flying in at any second. Once the stopping got to my door flew open super hard and fast, like it was kicked open. Then, no one was there. It was super quiet. I knew it wasn't my brother because I had a clear view of his door, and the second my door flew open. And his door was shut. I went to his room and he was laying down with headphones on, so he didn't hear it. I went downstairs, and my sister was sitting peacefully on the couch with my parents. They didn't hear a thing either. My door got a big dent because when it flew open, it hit my dresser. Another time I was on the toilet, and there was a glass decorative bowl on the back of the toilet. Then I heard the sound of the glass bowl sliding across the porcelain. I looked behind me and the bowl all of a sudden landed and shattered 6 feet away. I didn't see it fly or anything, just once I turned to look at it, I heard it hit the floor 6 feet away. It shattered into so many pieces and it was super loud. AskReddit. Most of my friends have had trouble with substance abuse throughout their lives. Just the crowd I hung around with, I guess. Around the time of this story, one of my closest friends was clean off H for longest that they'd ever been. A couple of months, but still fantastic progress for him. And things were looking good. We were hanging out one day and he gave me some great news. Since middle school, he and his mom had been fighting for medical malpractice lawsuits that happened to him when he was younger, and they won. He got something like $10,000 to $15,000 out of the deal. So most of what we talked about that day was how he was going to buy his mom something nice, and how he was going to use that money to finally go to college. I honestly hadn't seen him that happy in years, and it was great. A day or two later, I was sleeping like normal, when all of a sudden, I woke up at around 1 a.m. I felt great. In fact, I felt absolutely euphoric. I felt like I was lying in the sun of the most beautiful summer's day in a puddle of 1,000 puppies. I was pretty happy. And that was just the first second. The second was like 1,000 times, and the next second was like 1,000 times as well. Within moments, I went from, this is pretty nice, to, oh shit, something is seriously, before blacking out. All of a sudden, I was walking down the stairs to my friend's basement. It was absolutely destroyed with shit thrown everywhere. Empty bottles and syringes laying around, and he was sitting there, waiting for me, on the couch, with tears in his eyes. He kept repeating that he was sorry, that he didn't want to hurt anybody. He said the money didn't last him long, and he's been basically being back to his broke-ass self, and he was sorry for bringing me there, and that he just needed to say goodbye to someone before finally saying goodbye, though, and everything fading out in another wave of euphoria. Me being logical to a fault, and pretty straightforward, I woke up the next morning thinking, damn, what a dream. But not much else of it. I wrote it down in a dream journal, and then I completely forgot about it. Ended up going to work and to class like normal. Then, a couple hours later, my friend's mom called. She called me to break the news that my friend had passed away. Overdose. It wasn't until a couple of months later when another friend of mine, also an ex-addict, was trying to console my boyfriend, console me by telling me about he went with no pain and how it was probably the best thing to go when it starts to get really weird. He started to explain to me what an overdose actually feels like, the overwhelming euphoria, and how it's impossible to explain to someone who's never experienced it before, i.e. me. It was then that what he was describing started to sound really familiar, and I went to my phone, opened my dream journal, and started reading the entry from a couple months back to him out loud. He pretty much said, yeah, exactly that. Where'd you get that story? And told him the whole thing. Both of us were at a loss for words, and I still am. As I said, I don't believe in this stuff. And if someone told me this story, I would say that they were high as fuck, but it's a memory that I'll personally never forget. Weird dream that might have been real? This happened in, I want to say, October last year. If someone wants the exact date, I can probably find it, but it would just take a while. So, October. It was the night of my school's homecoming dance that I wasn't particularly excited for. I got peer pressured into it by my friends, because I'm not a very social person and wouldn't much rather not gone. Anyways, my school has this rule for events. that you can't arrive past a certain time, and you can't leave before a different certain time. I have no clue why. It's pretty stupid. I don't remember what time it was because my friend took my phone because I was quote-unquote using it too much and needed to go talk to some girls. I ended up sitting in a chair near the backside of the gym, which is facing the front lawn the whole night. I somehow fall asleep in said chair and had a very strange dream that I was, well, I guess I can still remember it in vivid detail right now. The dream is in a first-person's perspective of some guy operating a machine. There are a bunch of buttons and knobs and levers all around me, and there's a massive black box in the center of the room. I'm pressing a bunch of stuff and some other guy comes in wearing a night robe, rubbing his eyes, clearly tired. It's so late, go to bed. It's not working and it's not going to work before tomorrow. One more, I need one more, I responded. But the voice is a lot deeper, just not at all similar to my normal voice. My guess is that they were all around college age. So the other guy sighs, walks away, and I keep pressing buttons. Then the box in the room starts glowing and vibrating, and then explodes with a purplish red light. So I wake up, and I'm back in the chair at the dance. I'm startled by the dream, and I fall back in the chair, and I'm looking through this big window on one of the walls. And I swear on my life, I saw a dude in a lab coat sprinting across the lawn. I completely lose my shit and I try to leave to investigate, but I guess it was before 10 o'clock, so I couldn't leave. I had to sit there for 20 minutes wondering what the fuck I saw. And the worst part is, this girl I liked asked me to dance with her, and for a split second, she was replaced with a woman I don't recognize who had blood all over her face and was screaming. So that didn't work out. After the dance, when I was walking home, I saw a massive square hole in the ground by the train tracks next to my school. I have seen both of my great-grandparents post-mortem. There are 2 times I saw one of my great-grandparents. One I do and one I don't remember. Number 1. Great-grandfather. My great-grandfather died long before I was born, but I saw him once, and only once, when I was 4. My great-grandmother was on her deathbed from complications due to a botched surgery, and we were saying our final goodbyes. I was waiting outside the room in one of those sitting areas with my family, and after giving my final goodbye, an old man in his 70s approached me, wearing a brown vest, a brown newsboy cap, and a pair of glasses. He had a white mustache, and he introduced himself to me as my great-grandfather. I talked to him for a couple of minutes. I don't remember about what, but I hugged him and then he parted ways with me. Years later, I found out who he was and that he died before I was born, and I was left shocked. I told them about talking to him and described him and the newsboy cap. There were no pictures of him wearing a newsboy cap, although he did wear it occasionally. Number 2. Great-grandmother. This one's a lot shorter because I don't remember it. Basically, a year or 2 after she died, we went back to Pittsburgh to visit family. Me and my brother were laughing, and my mom asked why we said Bubba, her nickname, and it seemed like we were having a conversation with her. I was tormented by a spirit during my first 2 years at university. In 2020, I moved over 6 hours away from my hometown in southern Ontario, to attend university up north. I moved into my town with my best friend from high school, whom I had known for years. In this building, it's important to note that it's been around since the school was first built. However, it's frequently renovated and worked on because it more often than normal catches fire. More details later. So to set the scene, it's 2020, mid-pandemic, and I had just been discharged from the Army. My best friend and I applied for the same university major and had decided that if we got in, that we would live together. Well, sure enough, we got in, and the only dorm that could accommodate our room request, i.e. moving into the same apartment with separate bedrooms, was situated directly across from a hospice. And for those that don't know what a hospice is, it's a medical facility where people go when they're close to death to live out the end of their lives in as much comfort as possible. This hospice was the only view out of our small windows, and was the only one in our area. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the building frequently caught fire, but what was odd, and worth mentioning, was that it only caught fire in apartment number 5 on any given floor. My best friend and I lived on the 5th floor in the 5th apartment for 2 years, even throughout the summer. Unfortunately, we never had a fire, but frequently found ourselves having to accommodate firefighters and other workers entering our room due to the smoke and water damage from various different fires from random floors directly above us. Along with my BFF, I had 2 other roommates who were very vocal about when they were home or when they left. We had a group chat. And for all of these experiences, they were never home, or even in the city for that matter. My friend and I both got jobs working at a level 1 trauma center as night shift security, and thus, paranormal stuff didn't scare us as we were frequently forced to work with the morgue and even witness people die on a daily basis, with a whole bunch of other things happening. Maybe more stories for another time. The main experience that happened was early on. It was when my BFF and I both awoke to hear someone going through our cupboards and garbage in the kitchen, which was right against my bedroom wall, thus making it super loud. It was about 1 p.m., and because we were on night shift, it was our version of 1 a.m. So, thinking my best friend had gotten up, oddly early, I went to talk to her. But when I opened my door, there was no one. I woke her up quietly, and we searched the entire apartment and the hallways with whatever we could use as weapons. There was no one, but everything was open. Our fridge, the oven, drawers, cabinets, and our garbage had been thrown across the room. All the breakers in our apartment had been switched off as well, which we didn't discover at first. It is important to mention that the only entry into our apartment was the front door, and it automatically locked when closed, so it was most definitely locked 24/7. I called building security, and no one had been seen on camera entering our dorm, except for my BFF and me around 8 a.m., after we had gotten off work at the hospital. There was no explanation for who had done this, but still, they took our statements and said that we'd do patrols. They never found more information. Over 3 months later, it was summer, and my BFF and I had been 2 of 11 people left in the building over the summer, with the rest being mostly just international students who could afford to do quarantine protocols again in September, as it took 2 weeks. We were the only ones on our floor, but regularly heard stomping outside in the hall, but neither of us saw anybody. We looked through the peepholes, and even we heard knocks on the front door. However, when we checked, no one, every time. So aside from the knocking and stomping, super quiet summer. Except for one morning, I'll never forget it, shook us to the bone. It was 10 a.m., and my roommate and I were asleep after work. I never locked my bedroom door, as my BFF loved to come in and hang all the time, but for some reason, I locked it that entire week. And good thing, too, because I awoke to a frantic, and I mean frantic knocking. No pounding on my bedroom door. I was obviously super disoriented, as I had just finished a 12-hour shift a few hours earlier, but I saw two dark shadows underneath the door resembling feet. I figured my BFF needed something and woke up, but I called out before getting up because I was annoyed to be awake this early. The feet stayed unmoving, but the knocking stopped. With a heavy sigh, I got up, threw on a sweater, and checked for the time. It was about 10 a.m. I went to open the door. With the shadow still there, I assumed it was my BFF. When I put my hand on the handle to unlock it, I heard a thud. And then, worried that my BFF had fallen, I threw the door open to see the front door closing as if someone was leaving. I ran over and saw a completely black figure turn the corner. I followed, my security guard instincts kicking in. But when I turned the corner, nothing. I went back to my roommate to ask why they were knocking on the walls like that. She heard it from inside my room on an adjoining shared wall to both of our bedrooms. We again called security, but only I was seen chasing after nothing on the cameras. After my boyfriend, a firefighter, started sleeping over frequently because we were both spooked, the fire stopped. And most other things did too. We never had another incident on this level. We moved out after 2 years there, and beyond hearing the usual bang, no other issues. Greetings. This is Paranormal M. Join us as we dive into the enigmatic stories that challenge conventional understanding. Consider supporting us by subscribing and turning on notifications so you never miss a moment of our captivating narratives. AskReddit 1. I would never ever think that he would make something like that up, just for the sake of impressing someone. And since this has been told to me more than a year ago, I don't know the exact details anymore either. But if you have questions, go ahead. Maybe I can answer them. This happened during his time of mandatory duty at the Bundeswehr in Germany. So this happened at least 35 or 40 years ago. He had night watch in an old building used mainly for storage. He explained the building as mostly empty too, but something needed to be there, to be guarded. So, because it was still on a military property, after all. The building consisted of a smaller ground floor and a bigger basement floor. When you walked in, there was a little entrance area with a small guard office on the side, with a big window. And after that entrance area, you had to open a door to access the rest of the building. You also needed a key for that door, which usually only higher-ups and the soldiers on night duty had in possession, including the staircase down to the basement. Since the building was mostly empty, it was a very boring night watch, which made my friend's father to bring a book with him most of the time to kill that time. Anyways, an hour or so into the shift, he heard the noise of someone in the basement, slamming one of the doors shut. He thought someone from his comrades were trying to scare or prank him, and he checked out every single room down there. He didn't find anyone, meaning that there was nothing anyone could have been hiding behind or so. The basement was basically just a single hallway with metal doors to the left and right, and only one entrance, the staircase. The rooms down there were just small, simple rooms without any weird shapes. He brushed it off as an imagination and went back to his desk, locking the staircase and checking on the lock of the entrance. A while after, he heard the noise again, and he called the general in charge, or just someone higher up in hierarchy. And he reported a potential security threat. Or just some prankster comrades, perhaps. The higher-up guy was on the stricter side, and was willing to find and punish any soldiers that were in the building because they kind of obviously didn't have permission to be there at this hour. Due to the potential security threat, he also brought some of the army dog squad over to search the building thoroughly. At this point in the storytelling, I began to get goosebumps. Fully and well-trained army dogs were growling and refusing to enter the building, let alone get near it. They searched the whole building with nothing to be found inside. Checked every single room, checked every window and lock. Nothing. My friend's father then was ordered to continue his shift, and the search party went off again. After some time, he heard the banging again, and all the locks were still locked. There was only one entrance to the building, and anyone entering must have walked past his window and locked the door, which wouldn't have been possible to do without him noticing. Anyways, he got stressed as well and went downstairs and checked the room once again with the same results like the last time. Then he had an idea. He closed every single door in the basement, took out a box with matches, and put a match on every door handle and left again. Of course, he heard the slamming noises again, and once he checked down there, 1 or 2 doors were flung wide open, and several matches fell off the door handles from the other doors. He was very confused and went back to his book for the rest of that shift, trying to ignore the activity down there. No one had ever experienced this before, and he never had to do night shift there again, due to the building getting teared down shortly after that. He never really believed into ghosts and paranormal activities, but this night really changed his opinion on the subject. I saw a ghost truck. So this was 2 years ago. England, in January 1st. I'm a 22-year-old female in this story. I had a severe workplace accident and was rushed to the hospital, had a concussion and some nerve damage in my back. Few days later, I could go home and my mom, 50, picked me up. She picked me up around 9 p.m. and her house is around 2 hours away, so it was pretty dark. My mom had always said that she felt odd when driving on a specific stretch of road, but I never thought anything of it because I already knew that she hated driving at night. She gets the creeps easily. Anyway, we saw a bright red car take over our car, and they were going pretty fast, but nothing was coming towards us, and like I said, it was a straight road, so not that dangerous, all things considered. But as it was alongside of us, we saw it go through a misty white truck coming towards it. I gasped and covered my eyes, expecting impact, but nothing. The car just got carried on like nothing happened. My first instinct was, okay, calm down. You have a concussion, you're seeing shit, right? I look over, and my mom, no pun intended, looks like she's seen a ghost. Even though the car was pretty dim, I could see her knuckles tight on the wheel and her eyes are wide. I'm almost certain if the road wasn't straight, we would have crashed because I've never seen her that shocked before. I asked, "Did you see what I saw?" And without hesitation, she said, "That car just went through a truck." We both were pretty quiet on the way home, although I noticed that she put on the radio, probably to distract her, and she all but jogged into the house from the driveway. All things considered, I still can't explain what we saw. My mom refuses to use that road whenever possible. We've talked about it since, but really can't wrap our heads around it. AskReddit. Moved into a rental. Real estate agent asked us, do we really want it? And warned us of a quote-unquote entity as he showed us pictures of the exiting report for previous tenants and the entry report for us. Big black orb in different spots in the pictures, but followed him around as he took those pics. We, of course, didn't care. Didn't get bad vibes. A few months of living there, felt something like something else was there without seeing them. Hearing our names being called, and no one was calling them. Then one day, looking down the hallway to the laundry, a little girl was standing there. Half her face seemed like it was burnt, and half her hair missing as well. Ran off behind the door into the wall. Nowhere to go. Checked, nothing. Inspection came up. Real estate agent told us that it was the previous tenant's daughter who died in a fire at their previous house before moving in here. Guess she didn't know they moved and stuck around. Well, always happy to feel her presence and see her in the days and months and years after. Same house. A man in the 1900s, trench coat and a hat. Always bending down and turning our TV on and off. Only when we were never in the room, and always when we were walking past and looked in. Different home, Snowtown, Murder's house. I believe it was anyway, as it was around that time in the same area, somewhat missing. Grave-size hole in the backyard, perfect rectangle, inch of grass at the top, dug underneath and found about 20 centimeters of dirt, then colored cement, the same color of the black cupboard that was there when we moved in. Knocking in the walls constantly, names being called again. Easy feeling. Kids' footprints on the walls even after we washed it. Dirt in our vacuum from places that we never cleaned with a vacuum. That house we moved into, basically as the last person was gone, left it as it was. A mattress had blood handprints on it, and a drawer next to that bed with a knife in it, and blood all over it. Blood splatter on the curtains, only noticing it when we closed them, and gradually seeing a lot more blood around the house as we lived there and took notice. Gnome? Nissie? What do you think they are? Plus a personal story. I have so many questions I'd love to discuss. Do they exist? Are they natural creatures and spirits or interdimensional beings, aliens, jinn? And are they good, bad, or indifferent? Why do they appear in folklore across the world and in unrelated cultures? I hope you enjoy my comment, pasted below. I'd love to hear your stories or cultural beliefs about them. Man, I'm so shy to share, because it really seems far-fetched. It was towards Christmas time, important later, and my spouse and I were hanging out at home. I looked up, still in the house, and saw him standing there. He looked just like a stereotypical garden gnome, red cap, beard, and all. My memory is that his eyes got a little wide when he saw me looking, and he gave me what seemed like a jaunty little wave and a smile. Anyway, I turned to get my spouse's attention to see if he could see it too. When I looked back, he disappeared. I searched the whole house trying to prove to myself that I didn't imagine it. My spouse, being Norwegian, believes that it was a Tom Tennessee. Excuse my pronunciation. Tom Tennessee, maybe. Which is why I mention it being Christmas time. I've questioned myself thousands of times since, but I wasn't asleep, impaired in any way, or have a tendency to hallucinate. One reason we might have attracted one, if it was real, is that we've always left a plate out for any creature on New Year's Eve. Typically a sweet, a little pickled herring and a drink of some sort. But just to be friendly. I usually leave out a needle and thread as well so they could repair their clothes. In the morning, I take the remains outside for scavengers. I kinda saw it as a harmless little tradition that my husband's family does, but I'm a little more deliberate about not forgetting to leave it out these days. So, that's my story. I'm not convinced that it's logical in any way, but I do like the idea of there being a little magic left in this world, huh? I have no idea what I just witnessed. Not safe for work. I just noted it, so watch out. So I'm driving to my boyfriend's house around 5 a.m., and he lives in the somewhat boonies. Definitely not somewhere people are casually walking around at 5 a.m. So I'm probably 10 minutes from his house and going about 25 miles an hour because the deer are out, and they're pretty curvy roads. I get around this corner and I see someone standing by the road. As I get closer, I can see the back of a tall, older man. And as I'm passing by, there's a younger teenager, a girl next to him. What really threw me off was that what they were doing. The man was faced towards the girl, but standing completely still and not saying anything. Like, not moving at all, just a blank stare. The girl was the exact same, but staring towards the road, facing me. But she wasn't looking at me. She was looking past me. Her eyes didn't even move. I don't know how to explain it, but something was really off. The man was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and the younger girl was wearing normal day clothes. The entire situation was chilling. They didn't seem human. Something about them was so off-putting that as soon as I saw them, my stomach just dropped, and I just felt this overwhelming rush of, I'm gonna die. I was shaking. It's like an instinct kicked in that something was really, really wrong. So I sped the rest of the way as fast as I could around the corner. All I could think of was getting to the house faster and the awful feeling of being chased. I basically flew out of the car when I arrived and locked all the doors. One of the times I was homeless, this might have been 2015. It had been about 8 months, and I'd gotten into the swing of being homeless, like I had a routine of what I would do and whatever. One day I'm sitting beside this construction yard, waiting for the dealer to come by, and this random dude comes out of nowhere. He starts talking crazy talk, like immediately. I realize there's something wrong with this guy mentally. Just his actions and the way that he would move his head, and the way that he spoke, sort of like a deaf person, told me something was wrong with him. But we spoke for a while, and he started getting into this story about aliens and UFOs. And that's my kind of shit. So I'm like, nice. And he sees I get kind of visibly excited about talking to him, and he starts drawing on the sand on the floor. I used to play a lot of Kerbal Space Program, and I know a bit about the stars, and I realize this dude is 100% correct in all the things that he's saying. He drew the Pleiades. He drew the Pleiades, then drew Earth and explained how one can go from here to there, using correct terminology and everything. Apoapsis, periapsis, gravity term, etc. But then he points to the spot in the middle between Earth and Pleiades and says, but this is where they stop you if you try to go. Now I'm super interested, and I'm like, who? He says they're people with metal wings who travel without a spaceship. And when they're down to Earth, they fly and land like birds, and then their wings turn to bone and flesh, and they become arms. And if they stay too long, their bones inside their arms become rock, and they can't fly anymore. So they choose to do evil things to draw attention until they come get fetched by the others. He starts drawing weird symbols and shapes and things on the sand, and he starts getting like Fruit Loopy and starts kind of grabbing me and shouting and getting weird with me. So I get defensive. He jumps up and says, "Do you want to see what they did to me?" He jumps up, turns around, pulls his pants down, and his whole ass from like upper thigh to lower back is just one big open wound. Ugh. It's literally just meat and blood and pus. This one should have said not safe for work. And I'm like, fucking dude, you have to go to the fucking hospital. But he says no, they won't be able to help him. And now I'm like freaking out a little bit, because this is clearly someone with serious issues who's hurt or been hurt or something, and I need to do something or get away or something. My dealer finally arrived just at the right time. I say goodbye and take off, and I'm like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do? My dealer and I both know all the faces from around this area, and we both don't know this guy. Anyway, I come back around this area a couple minutes later and he's gone. I end up spending the night inside a big concrete pipe in a construction yard, about 100 meters away from where all this took place. It's like 2 a.m. I'm sitting there smoking meth in the dark. Definitely should be not safe for work one. When I hear the most intense blood-curdling scream you've ever heard, and shouting, "No, no, please!" I could recognize his voice. I come crawling out of the pipe. There's another homeless dude who I know, also coming crawling out of the dark, just outside the construction yard. We both recognize each other, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck should we do? He immediately turns away and says that we should leave. All the while, this guy is still screaming just up the road. My buddy takes off into the darkness, and I stand there for a few seconds, and I see two human-sized things. Literally looked like people with wings taking off into the sky and vanishing almost instantly. The screaming stops. I'm trying to figure out if my eyes are playing tricks on me. If it's not, because maybe I'm hallucinating because of the meth, I don't know. I decide to go check on him, and there's literally just a pile of his clothes and his shoes where he was sitting. Same place as earlier. Never heard from or saw him again. Neither did my other homeless buddy. Nothing. think about that dude quite a bit. AskReddit. So one night I'm about to go to sleep, and I stare out my window in boredom, as I have terrible insomnia. I hear something moving, like a rat. I assumed it was a rat, as we did have a rat problem at the time, but it sounded just different enough to be something else. Went on for a while. Eventually I asked if it was a spirit as the noise got louder. Suddenly I hear knocks against my window. I look out and the knocks stop. There was no one there. Of course, it could have just been dark and I might have just been experiencing a coincidence. And I think to myself as I'm trying to deny what happened. All my family was asleep that night, so it couldn't have been any of them. I tried to think of the people that it could have been. Why is this relevant, you ask? Because about 5 seconds later, I hear the same knocking on my door. I go to peek out, but nothing's there and the lights in the hallway are off. At this point, I decide to stay in my bed underneath the covers out of fear. When I hear the knocking a third time and final time, it was coming from my closed closet door. No one could have gotten into my room. Even when I opened the door, I only opened it enough to get a good look at the hallway. The reason I don't think it's a prank is because that day I spent like 90% of my time in my room. If someone were to sneak into my closet and knock from the inside, they would have had to be in my closet for at least a few hours minimum. I would have also had to hear them leave my room, which I didn't hear the entire rest of the night. I do believe it was a spirit, as I did ask if someone was there. I don't know what this was, but it scared the heck out of me. So this happened about a year ago. I told my parents about the window one, but I thought I was being stalked. I did tell my other parent about the party one, but my stepmom said that it wasn't actually a person, and my dad laughed because he thought that we were just joking. I didn't tell anyone about the other one. I don't know if this counts, but there have been a couple of times that I've seen paranormal things. The first time I was at my birthday party, we were talking 12 at night, and we heard scratching and something circling the tent. Then my boyfriend at the time looked out all the windows in the tent. Context, we were sleeping outside the house in my dad's tent, and he yelled out, "Whoever's there, fuck off!" and then proceeded to look at the rest of the windows. And on the last one, on the other side of the trampoline, there was a black figure, crouched, sort of sitting there. He said, "Fuck," and closed the window as quickly as humanly possible. Then, about 2 months later, I was turning over to get comfortable, and I caught a glimpse of a black face pressed against my window. I turned to look again, and there was a black figure looking in my window. So I turned around and pretended not to see it. The thing is that the window is very close to the back door, and those doors aren't locked. As are pretty much any in our house, so I went to sleep and tried not to think about it. But then about 2 months after, I was trying to sleep at my mom's house, and I was thinking of all the people and the pets that have died that I loved. And my headphones were sitting on my laptop, right? And I had my back to the desk where all my stuff was. And suddenly I hear a crash. Not that loud, but just the sound of something falling. I turn around, and my headphones are lying on the ground. The next night I was facing my desk. All the stuff I put on the desk. I'm facing the desk, and one of the ear parts of the headphones moved a bit towards the edge. So I freaked out and got up and thought to myself, nope, nuh-uh, not in the mood for this. That was my echo. So I picked up the headphones off the laptop and placed them on the ground. I have no explanation for any of these. The body of the figure at my birthday party was pitch black. The face in my window was pitch black. There was no reason for my headphones to be moving. No explanation. Please, somebody tell me if this means that I'm haunted or something. I'm scared. Skeptic, having a hard time wrapping my head around this experience. I'm a skeptic, though I used to be obsessed with ghosts, and even ghost hunting for years with my sister. I'm older now and stopped really believing in ghosts over 10 years ago. My fiancé and I have always joked that we have a ghost in our apartment, because I found out after moving that a man who used to live in the apartment died here. We would say that we could feel someone watching us, that he was just another roommate. About a week ago, we acquired some furniture and belongings through one of our coworkers. The woman who originally owned the belongings had passed away, very sadly, and was a member of my coworker's mom's church. Coworker's mom was working hard to donate her friend's belongings and take care of the house out of respect for her. It was a really kind thing, and my fiancé and I loved that these women were doing so much for this woman who didn't have anything else when she passed away. My fiancé and I acquired the sofa, some lamps, an old jewelry box, and vintage clip-on earrings, an entertainment stand, and a very old antique black and white TV. She was a big antique collector. We began joking that we probably have 2 ghosts now, and a new roommate. Then last night happened. It's only my fiancé, me, and our huge cat Nacho, who lived in the apartment. I woke up to use the restroom at about 3:30 a.m. And when I got back to bed, my cat came and laid down on my chest and we were cuddling for about 5 minutes or so. When I heard a loud noise outside her door, which was open. My fiancé didn't hear as he was laying on his good ear, deaf in the other. And I woke him up by being startled, and I said, "What was that? Did you hear that?" To which he replied, "No, I was lying on my good ear." To which I replied, "There was a loud sound outside the bedroom. What do you think it was?" He shrugged, and all he said was, "The ghosts," before falling back to sleep. I got up and walked out of the bedroom to where the noise came from and saw what it was. My fiancé has a big medical-style bag that he uses for all his work supplies, tools, and things like that. When he comes home, he always sets it onto the lidded trash can that we have in the hallway outside the bedroom. It's a clean and new trash can from the apartment complex, and hasn't been used yet, so not gross. What I had heard was that heavy bag fall off the light plastic trash can that it was sitting on. I found it lying upside down on the floor in front of the trash can with some of the tools spread out on the hardwood floor. I picked everything up and decided to place the bag on the sofa instead and go back to bed. I did simulations with the trash can and the bag when my fiancé got home, as well as studied everything in the surrounding area, and after countless tries and tests, I feel that the way it fell could only have been done deliberately. My fiancé says that it's our ghosts. I'm still a skeptic at the end of the day, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around this. The Wounded Warrior. It's just past 2 a.m. And currently, as I type this, sitting in the middle of a remote field in North Carolina. Without giving too much detail, I'm in the military. You can infer as to which branch and base on your own. And my buddy, I'll just call him Eddie, and I were helping conduct a field exercise. We're not the ones training. We're the ones that get to sit in the field from 10 p.m. to 9 a.m., freezing our asses off and reading a pre-written script over the radio every 15 to 30 minutes, so that the guys working up for deployment can practice listening to enemy comms. After our last comm window, I call up my buddy at the other far end of the LZ to check in on him. I'd mentioned that as we had such frequent radio checks scheduled throughout the night, though the time stretched to about an hour apart at this point, and it was suggested that we try to get some sleep, I don't really trust myself to fall asleep, because I regularly sleep through alarms, or just autopilot hit the snooze button like some half-conscious zombie. That's when he tells me, "Oh, trust me, I ain't sleeping tonight." And the way he said it seemed odd. Not like he was agreeing. He was just afraid to sleep through his alarms. But like there is an entirely different reason. That maybe he'd be pulling an all-nighter. So naturally I asked him why. And now I'm really wishing I hadn't. He goes on to describe seeing a person walking up to him from the tall grass. Thinking it was simply one of the guys doing dismounted reconnaissance, and just not being very stealthy, he shined his headlamp on him. What he saw was a guy in a full kit, wearing old BDUs, with his left arm missing, and his head hanging lazily on his shoulder, as if it had been blown pretty much most of the way off. Eddie says the guy didn't look at him at all and walked straight into the tree line. He claims to have seen him as clear as day. Now, Eddie and I aren't super close, but we are work friends. That said, we don't exactly have the dynamic to mess with each other like this, and I've never known him to be disingenuous. He sounded noticeably shaken, and I have no reason not to believe him. I've always believed in the supernatural to at least some extent, though to which I'm not quite sure. Though I've never really seen a ghost or anything out of the ordinary, to tell you the truth. If I had, I surely didn't notice it. I've always wondered why some people seem to be so lucky, where I was not. I sort of wondered this aloud on the phone with Eddie, noting that I'd either been on my phone or reading my book all night in between comm windows. Eddie suggested I keep reading or distracting myself in some manner, as the whole ordeal left him practically shitting his pants. Part of me is sort of just jealous of him, if I'm being completely honest. I've always thought it'd be really cool to see something like that. Another part of me hopes I continue on with my night in blissful ignorance, peacefully unaware of the things that go bump in the night. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. At first, my only concern was sleeping through my alarms. Now I've got a whole new reason as to why I'll be wide awake. Thanks, Eddie. My granddaddy acted very unusual the day before his unexpected death. I just wanted y'all's thoughts on this. So my granddaddy unexpectedly passed away 2 years ago. My grandmother and his wife, who I call Nan Nan, told us on the day of his death, that night before he told her that he heard folks outside on the roof. They lived out in the country near me, and we live in the middle of nowhere. She said it spooked him enough to go outside with a gun and a flashlight looking around, He found nothing. The day of his death, she said that she was at Harvey's supermarket walking out and randomly shows up and motions for her to come to him. She said they small talked for a minute. Then when she was leaving to go, she said she grabbed her hand and wouldn't let go for a while and said, "I'll see you at the house." He was not a romantic or sensual guy at all, so this was very out of character for him. About 30 minutes later, she got a call saying he was dead. The EMTs say that he thinks that he had died going over a bridge to the interstate, and then his truck rolled over the bank and off to the side of the interstate. So it wasn't a collision that caused him to die. I don't like to talk to Nan because it just gets so worked up, but I'd just like to hear some of y'all's thoughts about that. I thought those were very strange experiences. He also died alone, which is the saddest part. So no one really knows exactly what happened. AskReddit. It was a fall night, and I was at my sister's boyfriend's house. My older sister and her two friends were gathered around the fireplace. We all were chatting, and I was trying to hide my excitement. I was 14 and felt cool hanging out with everybody. They all stood while I sat at the end of the kitchen table, where I could see into the living room on the other side of the fireplace. I did note something in the corner of my eye. I was interested in the conversation, and it wasn't until I began to sort of seize that I bothered to look. Unexpectedly, my eyes locked eyes with another pair that glared parallel in my direction. The small eyes of a little boy were peering back into mine. He was sitting in a chair, hands folded in his lap. Although shocked, I remember he was wearing a little cap and overalls or suspenders of some sort. He also had a blank expression. I could see him clearly, and he was colorless. I stared into his eyes, paralyzed by fear. Time seemed to be unreal until I felt a weight on my chest. I grabbed my heart as I turned away from him and struggled for my breath a good 10 seconds. All at once, I felt all the pain release, and it literally brought me to tears. I leapt from my chair in desperation, and all I could get out was, "Little boy, little boy." My sister was confused and asked, "What?" I told her, "There's a little boy sitting in the chair in the living room." I was a wreck as I hesitantly watched my sister lean over and look in that direction. "I don't see a little boy," she said confidently. So much so, I questioned my own sanity. I peered once again, hoping I would see nothing. I looked back into his expression that he had, and he remained in the same position and had not moved a muscle. I was horrified, and this time I completely got away from sight of him. I pleaded to my big sister once more. "You don't see him?" She never did. It wasn't until later on that night that I dared to walk by that spot again, and the aspiration was no longer there. 6 years later, I haven't experienced anything like it since. Yet, there's an explanation for this story. Her boyfriend's dad was an older man that lived in the old farmhouse his whole life. He shared with us years later that he had an older brother that he never met because he passed due to an illness at a very young age. Just so happens, what is now the living room was the little boy's bedroom in the past. My sister is now married to her then boyfriend, and his father passed away recently. The house is cute and turned 100 recently. I find eerie how there was a collection of paranormal events there in the past. Yet nowadays it seems quiet. I guess the spirit is happy. My bedroom door. My name is Magnolia. I'm 15 years old. A couple days ago, I've been hearing banging on my bedroom door. Banging to knocking and someone talking outside my bedroom. I've not watched any stuff to form these hallucinations. It was just a regular day. I'm laying down ready to fall asleep, and I hear a bang on my door. I ignore it, thinking that something probably fell in the living room. Nope, it wasn't my dog. My mom always brings my dog with her upstairs to her room whenever she's about to sleep. The speaking I hear is like a woman talking to me specifically. The thing is, whenever my mom knocks on my door, she always calls my name. If she doesn't, I'd have to get up, open my door, and leave the room, which happens rarely. This was late at night. I was too lazy to get up out of bed, so I decided to message my mom asking what she wants. She was clearly confused, saying that she was upstairs with the dog watching TV. So she's clearly with my dog. It's me only up here and my mom in the house. Every night until now, I hear knocking from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Not just the little bangs, but clear, hard knocking, indicating somebody wants the door open. I've hung a rosary on my doorknob, and it swings around and around. Encounter in the Mojave. I live in rural southern Nevada. A buddy of mine and I encountered what we decided to be a skinwalker one night while we were sharing a bottle of whiskey. It was late. I was sort of living on the edge of town, fairly close to the open desert. I don't remember the time. I'd estimate between 12 or 2 a.m. Buddy of mine comes over and decides to spend the night drinking and hanging out with me. We were in the living room sitting near the side of the house, right next to a couple of closed and blinded windows. We'd been on the topic of paranormal and cryptids when we began discussing Navajo and southern Paiute skinwalker lore. We're about an hour in on that topic, and about a quarter into the fifth I had, swimmy but not quite drunk, when we began hearing a faint but distinguishable pitter-patter directly outside the window, pacing back and forth the length of the house. We were buzzing enough to semi-dismiss it until we began to hear hyena-esque cackling. At that point, we figured that we had maybe attracted one to us by speaking of them, which is a staple of their lore, by the way. So we decided the best course would be to not acknowledge it and carry on our conversation until it left. The paw-like pacing and cackling continued another 45 minutes or so, and then eventually stopped. Neither one of us were willing to open the blinds or go outside until morning. But when we woke up and went outside, not only did we see dog prints lining the dirt directly outside of the windows, we saw a set of abnormally large human-like footprints that ran from the near carport to the center of the yard before the tracks stopped dead. And each footprint was smaller and less imprinted. I think I have a guardian angel. My mom always told me I have a guardian angel. For context, I'm an only child. My mom had 3 miscarriages and 1 stillbirth before she had me. Growing up, this is a story that she told me. When my mom was pregnant with me, she was coming home from work and almost walked right in front of a moving truck when something pulled her from behind back onto the sidewalk. There was no one else around. I always thought this was maybe a cute little family story until recently. When I was 14 and young and stupid, had a friend stay over. She had brought some of her parents' booze, and we got really wasted. We then had the smart idea to take my mom's car for a joyride. Fast forward about 40 minutes, and we were speeding down the highway in the middle of the night, at well over 200 miles an hour. Next thing I know, the car swerves, flips upwards, and rolls 5 times into a ditch. The car was completely totaled. My friend and I crawled out of the car and were basically unharmed, save a few scratches and bruises. We ended up hitchhiking back home with some pretty sketchy guys who turned out to be pretty chill. They dropped us off at my house and even gave us a pack of cigarettes. The next morning, my mom saw the car was gone and called the police to report it stolen. When the police found the car, they told my mom that, judging by the state of the car, whoever was inside should be dead. I never stopped to think that maybe something that night was watching over me. Till about a week ago. My grandma was sick and dying from cancer. She decided that she wanted to be at home for those last few weeks. She died just over a week ago. The day before she died, I was sitting next to her bed, just reading the news to her, and I thought she was asleep. She rolled over, eyes open, looked at me and said, "Who's that?" I said, "Grandma, it's me." And she said, "Who is that person standing behind you?" My blood ran cold. I said, "Grandma, there's no one else here. It's just me and you." And she rolled over and fell back asleep. That really freaked me out. Then I remember the story my mom told me, and how I should have died in the car accident when I was 14. My grandma was on a lot of drugs at that time, but I believe she saw something. So yeah, I have a guardian angel. Something that's been with me since I was born, and I think about it. The farm in my nightmares. For my entire life, I'm a 31-year-old male. My grandparents' farm on my mom's side has been a very frequent and reoccurring spot that pops up in my nightmares. I've yet to have a dream where there isn't a really bad vibe in it. As a kid and early teen, I always thought it was simply because of my dislike for going to that farm. That changed when I was 18. I was working late with my mom for my uncle's cleaning company. We got home at 3 a.m., and one thing that we could do at least once a week is have a good 30 minutes where we just chat while parked in the driveway. This night, she started sharing some of her own ghost experiences. She's very sensitive to the spirit world. I had heard some of her stories before, but she started going really deep. One of my uncles used to be a Satan worshiper as a teenager. He had bought sneakily every book that he could buy on the subject, and he had managed to buy a Ouija board too. He did a lot of satanic stuff within the house. And when my grandpa discovered it, he burned all the books and the Ouija board, only to seem to unleash the spirits on the house with greater force, and the Ouija board kept reappearing, refusing to be destroyed. Some of the stories she told me seemed to come right out of a horror film, such as evil spirits stomping in the upstairs and dragging furniture, or driving them completely out of the house and pushing the family car with kids in it clear out of the farm and onto the road. There was also, back in the 1910s or so, a horse thief that was hung on the property, and before he hung, he was told that he would never find peace. And so supposedly his soul is still on the property. But ever since I learned this, whether I believe all the stories or not, I'm religious and I've had my own experiences with the spiritual and paranormal side. I have been convinced that even though they've had blessings and cleansing of the house, that there is enough of an echo there of it still, that it might be why I have nightmares associated with it for over 3 decades. I thought she was my mom. We moved into the house that my parents are still living in back in October of 1999. I was 9 at the time, but I'd be 10 by the end of the year. The age doesn't really have anything to do with the story, just the necessary background information. Anywho, my mom has always been very in tune with the other side. She isn't quite medium level in her intuition with the other side, but she has always been able to immediately detect visitors from the other side and the intentions that they have towards her, specifically towards her, I guess, and a more general impression on the general nature, whether it be good or bad. My dad is also pretty open to it, and he's seen some stuff too. Just nowhere to the extent my mom has. So I've always been open to the possibility of ghosts. Helps that my family is very religious and therefore have an acceptance of the afterlife and the concept. Nothing really happened spirit-wise until my little brother was born in 2001. This was after I had been diagnosed with leukemia that same year. My parents had gotten a small wooden cradle from my grandparents, and after my little brother was born, they put him in it in their room. They would put him to sleep and come back later and check on him, to find the cradle being rocked back and forth. He was still a newborn, so he couldn't have rocked himself. My mom, after the 3rd time, identified it as a woman, probably the wife of the man who built the house. There's a cement step in the walkway to the side door that has the number 1963 on it, indicating when it was built. She believed that this ghost mom had taken upon herself the duty of tending to my little newborn brother if my parents weren't next to him. When the grandmother wasn't tending to my little brother, or ghost mother, we would occasionally see lights flicker or dim for a few minutes before coming back on full. Nothing hostile, and my mom and dad seemed to welcome this visitor, who probably was one of the original owners of the place. 2 years after brother's birth, my baby sister was born. Same thing happened. Whenever they would take her out of her cradle, I think they mean whenever they would be out and she was in her cradle, it would be rocked by this ghost mother. Now, I was kind of skeptical, even though I accepted the possibility of it. I chalked much of it up to the house being over 40 years old. Then I was turned 14, and my skepticism was broken for certain. I want to say it was late spring, and I woke up around 2 a.m. I had to go to the bathroom. There's only one bathroom in the house, and it's across the hall from the master bedroom. So I went upstairs and paid tribute to the porcelain gods. As I got out, I saw a woman in an off-pink nightgown with faded flowers on it, hair down to the shoulders. Obviously, I assumed it was my mom. She looked a little bit different, but it was 2 a.m. She also had a similar nightgown. She was standing in the doorway of my parents' bedroom, door open. That wasn't odd, as my parents always slept with one of the doors open. Years of tending to me, because of my cancer, and my little brother who was allergic to almost everything, had taught them to sleep with the door open. I was actually surprised to see her. My mom worked graveyard as a janitor for a local chain of grocery stores, and she usually didn't get back until later, like 4 to 6 a.m., depending on the night. "Hi, Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice down not to wake up anybody else. "You done already?" Instead of answering my question, she walked out of the door, turned and began walking down our hallway. I was surprised by the lack of response. There wasn't even an indication that she had heard or noticed me. "Mom?" I asked. Confused by this, and I poked my head out to see where she was going. She reached the end of the hallway and turned toward the sink in the kitchen. Now, when I say hallway, we're talking about more of an access area that connects the master bedroom, a side bedroom next to it, the bathroom, living room, and kitchen together. At most, it's 6 feet long. I think that's called a foyer. "Are you all right?" I asked, and followed her to the kitchen, to find an empty room. Confused as fuck, I walked to the cubby where the stove was to see if she was over there, and perhaps slid between it and the wall. I ran to the stairs to the basement to see if I had missed her going down. There was no sight of her. Frowning, I walked to my parents' bedroom, looked in. My mom was indeed there, but she was out cold on the bed, wearing her work clothes. This was common for her to fall asleep wearing her work clothes. Scratching my head, I went back to bed. The next morning, I asked her when she got in. When she said that she had gone home early, a little concerned I'd sound kind of crazy, I asked her if she had been wearing her nightgown or work clothes. "No," she replied. "Why?" I then told her about the night before, and when I described the woman to her, she nodded and gave me a knowing smile. "That's the woman I told you was still here." I've never seen her again, but who knows? She may still be in the house, even all these years later, keeping an eye on the family that moved into her home. Chaplain Snoo, Order of St. John Chaplain, and demonologist here. Just thought I'd share another story from my professional interaction with the paranormal. As per usual, I can't share case-specific indicators. If they involve a client, sorry. Also, apologies if it seems a little bit boring, but that's the reality of the job. The Dark Room. This was an interesting case where someone had a room in their house that they believed was haunted. It was a storage room that they weren't really using. When I asked them what the indicators were, they said they typically heard knocking coming from the room. The room had become incredibly cold and stayed that way, although it was a small concrete room, so I was initially skeptical about this. And their son had started to have incredibly vivid nightmares and night terrors. He slept in the room with the access to the dark room's door. As far as a professional role was concerned, I figured it warranted at least a blessing and some reassurance. Often when there's nothing paranormal, but people are convinced it is, we do a blessing to settle their nerves and tell them it's been dealt with. So I went and blessed this room. Admittedly, it was strangely cold and dense, considering it was summer. I was a little on edge, but nothing too remarkable happened. When it came to the nightmares, I didn't think too much on this, so just reassured them to tell their son that he would be safe from this point onward. He was at school when I visited at the time. However, that evening I had some incredibly vivid dreams of being hunted by a cloaked figure. Every time I went back to sleep, I was being hunted in different places. But all of the places were older in aesthetic, never modern. I must have had 4 different dreams that I remember, and more that I forgot. 2 in a forest, 1 in an older city, 1 on some kind of little farm. This could have been a coincidence, but it's hard to shake this off. I went back to the house and asked to talk to the sun and to do another blessing. It's common for us to continuously bless a room, house, or area just to be safe. I was talking to him and asked him to describe the figure in his dreams and his sleep paralysis. He did describe the exact same figure I'd seen, but it was a very common description. Hooded figure, no face. I asked him if he had stopped, or if the knocking had stopped, and he said no. So I went and bought some equipment and did a more in-depth blessing, with holy water, incense, longer blessing. I also put an iron cross above the door to the room and placed a Bible in there, open, on Psalm 91. I then blessed the sun, the house, and told the parents to contact me if he kept having these bad dreams. I didn't have any more of the dreams. He did, so I went back and kept blessing the room at least weekly. I asked him if it was getting any better. He said it was becoming less and less frequent that he was having these dreams, and that the knocking had stopped. The happy ending is, after a few months of blessings and counseling, the dreams seemed to go away. This case will always be an interesting one, at least for me, because it skirts that line of mundane coincidence versus paranormal event. It may have been completely psychological, and my interventions helped him to develop some resilience and stop having panic-induced recurrent nightmares. But either way, I was just glad it seemed to have stopped. Spooky Kid Story. I have a creepy story that I knew some of the members here might appreciate. As always, if you don't believe it was paranormal, that's okay. I just ask that you respect the beliefs of me and others commenting. I came home from a fairly long day. It was late, probably about 10 p.m. at night. I parked my car in the driveway, which is quite close to the road, and went to go check the letterbox for any mail. As I turned my back to the road, I heard running footsteps and the laughter of, I assumed, children. I thought it was odd because of how late it was, but I turned around to smile and greet them, considering how close they sounded. I also had a dreadfully uncomfortable feeling in my stomach, but I put this down to a psychological anxiety trigger. When I turned around, no one was there, which again I thought was strange, but I shrugged and kept walking. I heard the laughter again. It sounded like the laughter of 2 children playing together, but ignored it this time. I figured they were somewhere on somebody else's property. I actually assumed visiting our neighbors, because I know our neighbors on both sides don't have children. One is an elderly woman who lives alone, and the other side is just all student flats. As I approached my front door, I heard giggling again, and then the bouncing of a ball. When I turned around this time, there's an old soccer ball on the driveway that I hadn't seen before. And again, rationalized it as children who were playing somewhere, having accidentally kicked it over. I went back, picked it up, and wandered 100 meters or so in each direction on the road, looking for the owners and calling out, "Hello? I've got your ball, I'm just trying to give it back." I still have the ball. I've left it in the front yard, just in case the owners want it back. But it's been a few days now, and it hasn't been collected. I knocked the doors of the house in each direction, but none of them had children playing at that time. I knocked and asked, "Hey, sorry to disturb you the other night at about 10 p.m., but this ball came into our yard. Is it yours? Or were there kids playing at yours that it might belong to?" I'm hum-hawing what to do from here, but I thought I'd post this, as I thought that this sub maybe appreciates this kind of stuff. I need to get it off my chest, mostly. They know me, and I genuinely don't know them. My mom and I were picking up our dog at the vet, following a day at daycare, followed by a checkup. As soon as she saw us, the girl working the desk looked around my age, got really excited, got up from her seat, ran over to us, and hugged me. She exclaimed, "Oh my God, hi!" My name, fill in. "Hi, Mrs., my last name." When I was just confused. She said, "We went to the elementary school together." I played along, laughing that I kind of have a bad memory. While we talked, and on the drive home, I tried to rationalize it. She was probably a kid who was there 1 year and left the next. It made sense that she knew my mom because she was big in the PTA, especially when I was in grade school, and helped out a lot with the other kids in the reading groups and such. What I didn't get was exactly why did it warrant a hug? When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about the encounter. To ease my strange feeling, I pulled out all 4 yearbooks I had from grade school. Each one I scoured my grade, looking for her. She wasn't in any of them. Not that strange. Plenty of kids don't show up for pictures. However, the unpictured kids were listed by name. This girl's name was nowhere to be found. I tried all the other grades. Perhaps she was an advanced student, or in one of the music classes that incorporated all grades. Nothing. I reasoned that perhaps she had changed her name from what I knew her as. However, she told me her name to try to jog my memory. You'd think that she would have said the name that I would recognize. It's worth mentioning that this girl looked noticeably mixed race. Normally that wouldn't matter, but I live in a small town in Ohio, where you can count on one hand the non-white kids who went to my school. It was very notable when a black kid moved to town and attended school for 2 years before moving again. If I'd seen her before, I'd have thought it'd be memorable. Also worth mentioning, unlike me, my mom has a great memory when it comes to people. And like me, she had no idea who the girl was. And at that age, she would have made a big deal about any girl who made friends with me. Babysitting with ghosts? Right now, I'm babysitting every Monday for my cousin. She has 2 kids, a 6-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy. I know they say children can sense things better than adults can, but today, the 3-year-old really freaked me out. We were making bead jewelry, just laughing and having a good time, when the little boy looked up to me and said, "Do you know a woman and a little boy follow you? They're behind you right now." As you can imagine, this left me speechless. I kind of ignored it and responded, "Really? Okay," and went back to what I was doing. I texted my boyfriend and told him what my cousin had said. and he said that I should ask if my cousin knew what the names of the entities were, but that he kind of had an idea of who it could be. By the time my boyfriend responded, an hour or so passed. The little boy was down for a nap. My cousin woke up about 10 minutes later from his nap screaming and crying, which wasn't unusual as sometimes he wets the bed, and that's how he reacts. When I asked if he'd peed on himself, he said, "A little bit, but I'm just scared. Chicken Rooster woke me up." I said, "Who is Chicken Rooster?" And he responded with, "The man who sleeps in our room. My bed." I've only babysat twice, but today is the first time he'd mentioned anything like this. Anytime I've been upstairs at all, I felt a very heavy presence. When he came downstairs, I asked if maybe he knew what the names were of the supposed lady and little boy following me. He said he didn't know any of the ghosts' names, except for the one sleeping under his bed. His eyes immediately darted to the top of the stairs that connect to the hallway, with very heavy energy. He looked as though he was in a trance. I asked him what he was looking at, and he didn't give me an answer. But then his head and eyes slowly followed down the stairs, as if he was watching someone walk down them. He finally answered and said, "All of them are coming downstairs. They can even walk through walls." I wish this little boy was making it up, but the context of his first comment and the seriousness and scaredness in his voice tells me he's very serious. What is following me? And is this little boy okay? That's the end of today's stories. Thanks for supporting us at Paranormal M. And, as the narrator, I must apologize for both my gecko and the thunderstorm that is just going crazy outside. Until next time.